Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Innovation Challenge Pitching Competition Workshop. We are broadcasting live today from the GCC campus in Student Union Building. You're welcome to join us here today in person. And if you are online virtually, thank you so much for logging in and watching this. Event will be streamed, and later today we will have a group work via Zoom. So I will go ahead and try to change the slides. Heather, could you please help? This does not work. And it worked a minute ago, which is... All right, so welcome. We're excited you are here. And I do want to remind you some important links that you should have available for today's presentation to make the most of your time. So make sure you enroll in the Innovation Challenge Canvas class. That's where you have all the information for this pitching competition and the big pitch competition, and that is where you're going to submit your 5-minute pitch video to enter the competition. We're going to go over some documents today to help you prepare for the pitching. We're going to help you develop your idea, and we're going to work with you to develop your pitch as much as possibly you can today. And you should have access to these important documents. Later, we're going to work in groups on developing your idea, and the document you should have access to is called Idea Workbook. We have Heather, our faculty, who's helping monitor the chat on YouTube and Zoom. So she'll be sharing these links, but make sure you have access. The idea workbook to develop your idea, and the pitch template to walk through the elements of your pitch. Okay, so make sure you have access. You can make a copy in your Google account, and then you can change these templates. Make sure you join the Zoom session. And again, the information should be coming to you via YouTube chat. Watch the chat box. And in the Zoom session, we'll be working in groups because, well, due to the current situation, right, we're going to do our best to have you work in groups virtually. So we're going to use Zoom. So this is the Zoom link for these sessions. Let's go over the agenda. What are we going to cover today? I'm going to give you introduction, about 15 minutes total, to talk to you about the two pitching competition. I'm sure you have questions, and I want to make sure I cover these important information about the two competitions, also because you probably are wondering which one I should apply, which one is for me, so I will go over that. Second important thing on the agenda is talking about idea development. I'm going to give you an orientation on how to pick an idea, what are the steps to develop it. And I'll go over some myths that students sometimes come to class with preconceived ideas about ideas and which one they should work on. So we'll talk about that, and I will give you the elements of developing the idea, the steps if you like, the most important questions you should answer to get to the pitch, to pitch your idea, right? Then we're going to have a short break, and we're going to do group work. This is when you're going to need the Zoom link, right? So for 11:10, you should hop on the group work via Zoom. The next exciting presentation comes from Credit Union West, our sponsor for the Innovation Challenge. They're providing the prizes, the $5,000, and they're here to talk to college students about financial strategies. I've seen the presentation, and it's fabulous. It's really, really good. You should not miss it. I don't want to, give too much away, but they also have a surprise promotion for GCC students. So you don't want to miss that. If you manage to come around noon in the SU building here on campus, we're serving lunch. We're going to have pizza. So while they're presenting, we're also going to give pizza to participants. So hopefully you can join us for that. We're going to follow with a short break. And the last part of the day, it's going to be about pitching, talking about how to pitch, the most important parts of a pitch. And Dr. Liz Cantu, my friend and colleague from Estrella Mountain Community College, will be doing a presentation, a short presentation, about 40 minutes presentation. We'll have a little break, and then the last part of the day, in the group work, you don't want to miss this, we're going to take turns and try to practice the pitch, right? Before the day is over, hopefully you had a chance to develop that pitch a little bit and then practice it. Say it to a group of students in the group work on Zoom. Share it with a faculty mentor if you want, and practice, telling that pitch if you want live. And with that, let's do an introduction of the team of mentors who is available and ready and willing and eager to help you with your pitch development and give you feedback. So I'm Gabriela Cojano. I am GCC faculty in the business department. I teach small business and entrepreneurship classes. I've had 3 small businesses. I'm teaching full-time right now. I have a passion to help people develop their ideas and, go and become an entrepreneur, own their passion, their dream to become a small business owner and maybe independent and self-sustaining. So I really am a champion for students who want to start their businesses. Next is Heather. Heather, you can't see Heather because she is in front of the computer. She says she's a DJ today. She's managing the Zoom. She's managing the YouTube live chat. So she'll be posting in the chat. So Heather's education faculty, I like to call her the educator extraordinaire. She's so passionate about students, and she's volunteering to help with this event for the 3rd time. This session is our 3rd Innovation Challenge. So that's Heather. And Brent is actually here, and he can join me on stage because he also volunteered to be in the room to help students. So I'll let Brent introduce himself.
Thank you very much, Gabriella. My name is Brent Kleiman. I am a residential faculty member here at GCC as well. I teach in the business department multiple classes, and much like Gabriella, my passion is giving people the opportunity to find their dream, foster their dream, and succeed with that. In many cases, it may be opening a small business, and it may be working for people in a small business, because that small business is so different than corporations, and there's so many pluses and so many fun things to do. Over the years, I have opened and run restaurants. I have opened and started my own law firm, consulting company. We've held businesses as a family, myself individually, and I'm able to come to you as someone who has businesses that were very successful and businesses that failed, because that failure teaches you something, and hopefully I can teach you all something through the experiences I've had and help you get your business to the level of where you win Innovation Challenge, the Big Pitch, and you go out and you become super successful. So let's have some fun today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brent, for that wonderful introduction. And next is Yolanda Facio. Yolanda couldn't be here with us today. She wanted to, she can attend, but Yolanda is also very passionate in helping students. She actually works for Small Business Development Center, which is a governmental organization that is helping, advising people who want to start their businesses, and that is her job. She is also teaching in the business department. She's teaching small business classes as well. And she's one of the mentors, and you can get in touch with all of us or any of us via the Innovation Challenge Canvas course. So take advantage of this. In the modules, you'll find the contact information for all the mentors that I just introduced, and feel free, they're willing and very excited to talk to you. So if you have questions, if you want a one-on-one consultation, you should definitely reach out and introduce yourself, and we're all eager to help you, okay? All right, so important dates and next steps. Definitely want you to remember, write down, put on your calendars to not miss these dates. if you're interested to participate in both Innovation Challenge and the Big Pitch. So January 31st at 5 p.m. is the deadline for you to submit your pitch video, okay? The way you submit the pitch video is through the Innovation Challenge Canvas course. The link to enroll in that Canvas course should be coming through the chat. Heather's gonna post that. You want to have access to that Canvas course, and that's where you submit it. It's gonna be an assignment in the course, so make sure you submit your video by January 31st. If you want to submit it early, I might have time to look at it and give you feedback. Just saying, you know, it's good to start early, right? Next step in the Innovation Challenge. On February 17, judges will evaluate your pitch videos, and we will select 5 finalists. So on February 17 at 3 p.m., the 5 finalists will come here, just right here on this stage, to pitch live in front of 3 judges and probably an audience of no one because it's virtual. But we'll have people joining us on Zoom and YouTube, again, to watch their pitch. So remember February 17. What we want from you is that to attend that pitch. If you're interested in pitching, if you're interested in Innovation Challenge, don't miss this event, right? Watch your colleagues, watch other GCC students pitching live on February 17. It's probably going to be a YouTube streaming link, just like today. So register there, register on Eventbrite to get updates and reminders to participate, to watch. Okay, February 28th. This is the deadline for the Big Pitch application. I'm going to talk about the Big Pitch, but write down that date in case you are also interested to apply. The application is open right now, so you could apply, but don't forget February 28th at 5 p.m. All right, so let's go a little more into detail about these 2 pitching competitions. The Innovation Challenge. Students always ask me, I don't have a business, can I apply? Yes, Innovation Challenge is looking at your idea. You are pitching an idea. We don't expect you to have a business. So you can have a business or a nonprofit idea. And what we want to see is that there is growth opportunity, there is impact. If it's a nonprofit, how many people can you help? Is it a big problem that you're addressing? How much of an impact can you make? This is what we're looking at. Can you make an impact? Does your idea have growth potential, right? Doesn't matter, it's just an idea. Great. That's why it's called Innovation Challenge. It's just the idea. Again, 5-minute video submission of your idea. You don't need PowerPoints. You don't need props. You could just talk on the phone and record yourself. We don't expect professional videos by any means. We just want to hear your idea. We want to see you too, because it's important to see your excitement. We want to know you, right? You convey a lot with your face, so please don't hide behind PowerPoint slides, okay? So enroll in the Canvas course to submit your pitch. We talked about 5 finalists. We'll pitch for 5 minutes here in person on February 17th. And here are the prizes, the 3. So 60% of the 5 finalists, 3 winners that day, right? 3 students will walk away with money that day. Okay, $2,500 for the first prize, $1,500 for the second, and $1,000 for the third, right? So what a great odds there, right? Out of 5, 3 will walk away with some money. And this is thanks to the Credit Union West, who are sponsor for this competition. They've been sponsoring us for 3 years in a row, a wonderful partner. And they're here in the Student Union building. You know, they have a table. If you can come, that would be great. They give away some nice stuff. I'm not going to say, but you should definitely, if you can, come out and say hi to them. All right, very important. You probably wonder, well, how does the pitch video really should look like? Okay, watch previous winner videos. We have these on Innovation Challenge website, which is listed right here. It's pretty simple, gccaz.edu/innovation-challenge. But I caution you, do not get intimidated because the students that participated in a final have rehearsed their pitch for 3-4 weeks, okay? So don't get intimidated. They're gonna be great, because they're great. I mean, the pitch videos are really, I love them. But just make sure that you don't feel like, oh, I can't do that. Yes, you can. You have plenty of time. You have plenty of guidance. You too can pitch like that. So don't get intimidated. Go forth, and we'll help you deliver that kind of pitch like you see on the winners pages. So Maricopa Big Pitch. This is the other big opportunity that Maricopa is organizing now. I think it's the 5th year. And we're advertising these 2 competitions together because they're kind of happening at the same time. So Maricopa Big Pitch is a pitching competition across all 10 colleges in Maricopa. This year, they want each college to send 3 students. So out of all the people that apply, we'll select 3 students, and these participants have to participate, have to take a 3-day accelerator between March 14 and 16. So it is a requirement, right? So please think about your schedule, and hopefully you can make this accelerator, because it's required. After you take the accelerator, judges will look at your application. After that accelerator, you submit kind of a business plan document, very, very brief, nothing too complex. And then 1 person per college will be selected to be a finalist in the Big Pitch. And that announcement is going to be made on April 8th. And the final contest, the final pitching competition, will be on April 13th. So the prizes are much bigger. First winner, first place will take home, won't take home, let me explain. $15,000, second place, $7,000, and third place, $3,000. Now, there's a caveat. The students that should consider the Big Pitch, the students should have a business or be actively working and starting their business. The reason is money that are won through the competition, the awards, the money can only be spent towards the business, right? So this nice amounts of money have to be justified in how you grow your business. So you can't walk away with a big check. You're going to have to let us know how you plan to use the money to grow and start your business. Again, deadline to apply is February 28th, so don't miss it. Okay, so right now it's just about time for us to start talking about idea development. Before I go into that, do we have any questions on the chat from students? Yeah. Go ahead and post in the chat. If you want to know, have anything that I missed, any questions that you have, please, Heather will let me know anytime, right? You can just interrupt me, that's fine, and I will answer question. Okay, so let's talk about how to develop your idea. Okay, we have a few minutes. So, first of all, I really want to demystify this. What is an idea? What is a good idea? Do I even want to share my idea? And here are the things that students sometimes think. They wonder this before they talk to me. My idea is not unique. Should I even share it? Should I come to this competition? Yes, absolutely. Your idea does not have to be unique. There's probably a few things right now that have never been done before, right? The most important element, even if it's not the unique idea, is that it has an element of value, that it provides value. You're doing things a little different, and you're helping the customer by solving a problem that they have currently, a frustration that they experience, or simply something that people want but they don't have, or they are appreciating. It's a need, but they don't have it for the moment, right? So it can be as simple as a coffee shop, right? There's so many ways to do a coffee shop. I had one student one day told me, I really think there will be a lot of students who would like to have a comfortable place to do homework and, have a cup of coffee or other drinks and some snacks and a coffee shop that is geared towards a group of people that have a need that hasn't necessarily been addressed. You can absolutely look at every existing idea in a way that is innovative, right? But it solves a problem. Another opportunity that comes for existing ideas. Ride the waves of change. You know, I have to bring this up, but we're in the middle of a huge wave of change right now with this pandemic. You have seen the transformation. You have seen how businesses had to pivot and reinvent themselves, right? To be, doing business virtually, to deliver things, try to find ways to do their business in a different way. Well, that creates opportunity, right? Right now, there's, I've seen, and I see this a lot, ideas come with delivering food, delivering services, doing things virtually, training videos, using the conference platforms. Again, this is the change that we're in. So there will be opportunities, right? Ride the waves of change. And not to mention the huge technological changes that we're experiencing very rapidly. They all bring opportunity. What you have to remember is the benefit or value has to amount with an impact or a profit potential, right? If you have a nonprofit idea, if there's a lot of people, I was just talking to a student right before this event. He wants to help veterans. He wants to create a nonprofit to help veterans with temporary housing and other services. What a fantastic idea. They're a group of people who are experiencing a problem, and then obviously he could think about a solution. The problem can be solved in many, many ways, right? We can talk about what would make sense, what could be a solution that your group of customers would appreciate and like, and it's easy, relatively easier and better and more efficient to implement, right? For a nonprofit. If it's a profit business, for profit, what is the potential to make money, right? Let's look at, how many potential customers do you have? Will they be willing to pay? Because people can tell you, oh yeah, I like that idea. Yeah, sure, I'll buy. Well, can we test it? Can we actually see that they're so excited about that possibility or idea that they would prefer your business over existing solutions, right? They'll pay for it so you can make money. Another thing that I hear a lot, I want to do this particular thing because I'm good at it. And you know what? It's fantastic. You should. This is called founder market fit. You should be good at something you want to do. You go into business. You should have expertise and skills, right? That is your connection to it. But turn it around. Think about the people you want to help. Think about the customers. How could you, with your skills and knowledge, what are the problems that you have with people, the customers, potential customers? Can you help them in any way? Can you provide a solution? You absolutely have to be in touch with your customer. It's all about the customers, right? Okay, it's a process. This is another thing that students don't understand. You're not going to come up with the final idea or the final shape of your idea first. It is a process to get to a business from an idea, right? What you need to remember is that you're starting with hypothesis. Your hypothesis first is people will be interested in purchasing or buying or preferring my product or service. That's a hypothesis. It's not, we have to prove that. We have to get to the point where, you understand whether that is true, right? So your job, change the way you think about your idea. Your job is to be the researcher in chief, right? You have some hypotheses and you need to prove that these are true. Yes, people like this, but also you need feedback. You need potential customers to tell you what they do, what they like, what they don't like, and what other problems they're experiencing, because all of these are opportunities. You need to start putting your innovator and entrepreneur hat on, which is look at problems around you as opportunities. This is the most important, I would like to say, mindset of an entrepreneur. Look at problems as opportunities, right? So you start with hypothesis, and it's an iterative process. That means as you learn, as you get feedback, as you discover and research and how might you do this, you're going to change that idea. It's going to be shaped, and it should be. It should be a feedback from the environment, right? It's not you wanting to do this to the world. It's you're doing this with the world, with your environment. You get constant feedback. you will be a solution provider, right? So you need that feedback to iterate, to change, to adapt. All businesses have to adapt. Might we say it again? Look at where we are right now, right? Test and talk to customers. Nobody in this room can tell you if an idea is going to work. Really, nobody. You have to test and talk to customers. We can tell you that sounds like a promising idea on paper, and we can imagine it working, but until you talk to real people, nobody can tell you for sure, right? So you hold the power of discovering if an idea works. But you have to get out of your head, you have to get out of the building, you actually have to engage with real people. Business is about people, right? Nonprofits are about people, so we've got to involve real potential customers. You don't have to compete on price. I hear this all the time. Oh, I'm just going to do a lot of money because I'm going to cut my prices and I'm going to be the cheapest. No, you won't. You might not even survive much because you don't have to be the cheapest. If you deliver more value, think about it, if you deliver more value, people will be willing to pay more, possibly, than your competitors. So you don't need to be the cheapest solution. It's hard to be the cheapest. It's hard to make money when you're the cheapest available price or solution. That's not necessarily going to work. In fact, one of the things that I tell students that their benefits of having a small business is the opportunity to make relationships and connections with potential customers. Genuine relationship. That customer service and that opportunity to treat your customers as friends is your advantage as a small business owner versus large corporations. That's it. It's just an opportunity. Some people look at it as, I'm just going to hire my friends and I'm going to work with people like me and I'm going to service people I mean, and it's just going to be wonderful because I love what I do and I love my customers. I really hope that is the case because that sounds wonderful, right? So what I want to do next is introduce the idea workbook. And before I get into that document, I want to see, Heather, do we have any questions? No questions? All right. And maybe share that link. Thank you so much. All right, share that link. So what I'm doing right now is I'm giving you an overview of the idea workbook. After I'm done presenting this document and the elements of the idea workbook, the pieces, if you like, this is like a puzzle, right? The pieces of the puzzle to develop your idea. We're going to take a little break after this, and we're going to come in together via Zoom, right? Here we're going to work with you, the students that are here in person, thank you. And then on Zoom, students can work with other students and the mentors to literally work on this workbook and come up with answers, right? Work through the parts of the idea workbook together. Okay, so what is in this idea workbook? And I made this to help you break it down, to not make it overwhelming. Look at this as questions you should answer, right, today to prepare for the pitch, okay? First and foremost, description and motivation of your idea. Clear, concise statement of what you do and for whom, okay? In the actual document, I'm giving you some examples. One, large corporation, Airbnb, and the other one, a really small bakery. I call it 48-hour cakes. Okay, so here's the description for these two businesses, right? This is what I'm looking for, right? Airbnb describes themselves as, Airbnb is the online marketplace that lets travelers book rooms with locals instead of hotels. Simple. I get it. Instantly, I understand. I'm imagining what they're doing. No confusion, no need to answer more questions because I understand it, right? This is how clear and concise you want to be. What do you do? All right, small business example, 48-hour cakes. 48-hour cakes makes custom cakes for family and corporate events in as little as 48 hours. Simple, right? You see, you don't need to be too verbose, and people should remember that's what you want when you say what you do. And motivation. It's important in a pitch to share first. Why do you want to do this idea? Why are you interested in this idea? Why you? Why this idea, right? And most of you will have a personal connection with what you want to do. Maybe something you personally experience, right? So you want to create a solution that you want to have and it doesn't exist. That's great. Share it. Share your frustration with the problem. Share how you came up with the idea. Maybe you want to do something because you're passionate. I have artists, and they say, I love to paint, I love to do this, I love to design, I love to sing, I want to play an instrument. It's wonderful, it's your passion. Share it. Tell us how you connect, right? And there's a wonderful video out there. It's called Your Why by Simon Sinek. I have it in the Innovation Challenge Canvas course, which he basically says people connect with why you do it, not what you do. People connect with why, right? So emotionally, tell us, why are you passionate? Why are you motivated about this idea? It's super important in a pitch. Next, the problem, okay? Describe what is the problem that you're trying to solve, that your customers or you have experienced. Here's an example from Airbnb. They're solving the problem of limited options and supply of travel accommodation and experiences. Before they came on, that was hotels. People pretty much didn't have all the options. And also they couldn't necessarily experience the local culture, right? So that is the problem before they came on. 48-hour cakes solves the problem of people finding a professional custom cake for an event on a short notice, right? So if you really are, in a bind and you need a cake, they could help you out, right? Short notice. I don't know. People experience some crisis like that, right? So that is describing the problem. Customer. Who is experiencing the problem? Who is experiencing this need, right? You can use demographic information. You can go into age, gender, location. That's great if that's important for us to understand who are you targeting, especially location. If you're going to be local, give us an idea what's your market, right? What are you? How big is your reach, right? But we need to understand more who's experiencing the problem. And maybe that's behavior, right? People who do something, people who want something, people who are trying something, right? So tell us, for example, Airbnb, their customer are travelers who want options to save money, experience local culture, or become a host. Very clear. Not everybody is their customer, it's just travelers, people that want to travel for leisure mostly, right? So out of all the people who travel, they're looking for those people who travel and want options and mingle with the locals, and maybe they travel for leisure, right? So more specific, this is who they're targeting. 48-hour cakes, obviously people who live within 20-mile radius. I guess that's important, right? Because that's where they focus, that's where they target, and need a custom cake for a family or corporate event, okay? So try to explain who your target audience is using more specific, what do these people want to do, try to do when they experience the problem, right? And where are they located? Competitors, you're not alone. And this is not just direct competitors, meaning people that do exactly what you do. When we talk about competitors, we're looking at all available solutions that your customers have to solve the problem, right? So for Airbnb, they have owner RVs. People can travel on an RV. They obviously have hotels, right? Campsites, cruises, and other marketplaces like Vrbo and Outdoorsy. Those are all available options of people that want to travel and mingle with the locals and have options. These are available choices for people, right? Other than going on Airbnb. So you definitely want to look at that, mention that, right? Explore, how you compare with the competitors or competing solutions. And of course, very important, describe your solution. Describe how is your solution better? How is your idea that what you want to do for this customers, this group of people, how is it better than other solutions? Why do you think people would prefer your solution, your business idea? Why, right? There's got to be value. There's got to be a benefit, right? Think of benefits. Because you should understand, I mean, people have to like it enough to pay for it, right? So Airbnb is now and has been the first in the market. So they're the largest marketplace for all non-hotel type of accommodations, offering easy booking, communication, and feedback tools for travelers and hosts. That's their solution. They've made a marketplace, and they're really well known. 48-hour cakes, here's their solution. Easy ordering and delivering of custom cakes within 48 hours. Very simple. Order can be placed online, in person, or over the phone, right? So they came up with their own solution, and it's very simple to promote, because think about your marketing, right? Your solution should be easily understood. I should understand the benefit, the value that you're providing to your idea, to your business. Business model. This is where it gets a little complicated, because I understand at this stage it may be a little hard for you to estimate, to evaluate the potential of your idea to make money. But we've got to start somewhere, okay? So remember, we have some hypotheses, and these hypotheses go into the business model, because we want you to describe how you're going to make money, okay? Are you going to do direct sales? Are you going to have subscriptions? Are you going to sell advertising, right? How are you making money, right? And also, I want to see estimate of your prices. What are you selling products? If you're selling products, okay, give me an idea of price ranges, right? Maybe you have multiple products, maybe they're in tiers, maybe the level of prices, right? Give me an average, I want to understand. The other thing that I really want to understand, how many products do you think you can sell per month, per day? If there's a service, how many people can you service? How many people out there could benefit from your service? But also think about capacity. How much can you actually do, right? If you're just the one person, or are you planning to hire people? Give us an idea of how many clients can you serve, how many customers, and how many products can you sell. So in the idea workbook, I have an example and calculate kind of an estimate for the small bakery, right? And I say that, they've identified their price range between $50 and $250 for a custom cake, and then they have about 60 a month. It's important to know what you think you can do. It's a place to start. Again, we don't know for sure. That needs to be proven. But we want to see that you have that initial idea. And be realistic. I mean, be realistic. Don't tell me you're going to start with 10,000 cakes. That's not going to happen. We know that. So be realistic, right? What do you think you can do? What do you think you can get? And the estimate has to be not the first day you're open. The estimate has to be in the future state of where your business is up and running, right? What do you think a normal month after you're up and running and established, what do you think you can do? That's what we're shooting for, right? We want to see that potential. That's where you want to get. All right, so this is the idea workbook document, and I hope by now you have access to it, right? And if you're in the room, we have laptops available. Talk to Brent, and Brent could guide you to the laptop cart so you can get access to the computer, right? And in the computer, you can open this idea workbook and start working right now. And when you open it, it's going to make a copy. So it's becoming your copy in your Google account. So hopefully that makes it easy for everybody, right? Okay. So the next thing in the idea workbook, we want to know who you are and what are your skills. It is important to know that you're relevant, you have some relevant skills and experience. Or if it's not you that has the relevant skills or experience, that you have, relationships with people who do, right? So tell us about why are you doing this idea and how are you qualified, if you like. Give us an idea of, those are your advantages, right? So tell us, how are you qualified to do this idea? What related skills do you have and experiences? And again, do you have access to people who can help you? Are there mentors? Are there family members who have experience in this industry or business? Do you have people you're working on with this idea, right? Students sometimes work on ideas together, or they work on ideas with friends, right? So tell us who can be on your team. And it may not be today. These people may not be working with you today. That's okay. But these are important relationships that you can tap in, right, for help once you decide to go forward and implement your idea. So we definitely want to hear about that, and that's going to be a part of your pitch. Next steps and ask. In the next steps, we want to see that you're planning and thinking ahead of next things you should be doing to implement or test this idea, right? So what is it that you want to do? Maybe you want to create a website. Maybe you want to create an ad on social media. Maybe you want to talk to potential customers. Maybe you want to make a prototype, right? If you know, I have many students who say, I want to create a clothing line. Great. Do you make some pieces? Let's see. Put that imagination to work. Let's see. Let's post them somewhere. Let's see what people think, right? Move into that testing stage, right? We call it MVP, minimum viable product, where we want to see, is there potential demand? What do people say? Get feedback, right? So these are potential next steps that I want to, we want to see in your pitch, or we want to hear, even as simple as, I'm working on a prototype, this is what we're doing, or we're going to put together an ad, a promotion, anything, right? I want to see, how do you envision moving from the idea stage, right? And very important, don't tell us you need $1 million, because we only have for this innovation challenge $2,500 to give. So that's where you should say, what are you going to do with the $2,500? What are you going to do, right? How are you going to spend it? It may be a portion of a bigger, expense. That's fine. Just make us understand, if we're giving you this prize, how are you going to choose to spend it, right? To further your idea, to implement. We want to see you succeed. We want to see you, realizing your dream, right? Make it happen. So how is this going to help? Okay, I guess I went a little fast, and I am early. Let's see. Do we have any questions? Do we have any questions from the people in the room? Don't be shy. We got time. Do we have some people wanting to share their idea and ask questions, or just basically share what they're thinking to do? Yes. What's your name? Megan. Okay. Wonderful.
So people at home can hear.
Yes,
Oh,
perfect.
sorry, I didn't know it was that soft-spoken. Anyway, I'm very excited that this is a possibility, because I am a student with autism, and just a basic recap on my idea is I kind of already worked on somewhat starting a business of embroidery. So I do embroidery and some alterations. I'm almost done with 2 certificates from Mesa and Phoenix Community College in their alterations and apparel construction.
Okay.
Getting that, but I really want to do embroidery. I've been sewing since I was 11, so and I've had an embroidery machine, just a basic one, since I was mid-high school, so I kind of have experience there. And my main thing is wanting to be able to give others, and with and without disabilities, a equal opportunity in the workforce, because I only know of one company locally in Surprise that really does that, and they're a coffee shop, but I'd like to expand that horizon a little bit more, because I know what it's like to really struggle in that opportunity. So thank you.
That is a wonderful idea. It's like a perfect example of a nonprofit that's helping a group of people solve a very painful, big problem. Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you so much. And what is the mortar you said is construction? I didn't understand. Apparel. So, apparel. Apparel. Okay,
Apparel
so
construction and
got it.
alterations,
Okay.
yeah.
Gotcha. Alterations for clothing. Clothing, right?
Just for some extra experience.
Awesome. Excellent. Yes. So opening that shop and offering opportunity. Wonderful. Yay. Hope you submit your pitch. Yes. Next.
Hi,
Yeah. Hi. What's your name?
my name is Sage.
Sage.
Yes.
Nice to meet you.
My idea is I'm working on a natural organic cosmetic product.
Oh yeah. I think I've talked to you.
Yes, and it's a lotion. I have a lotion for the skin and an oil for the skin, and it's for family. And I've been working on it since 2012. So I have developed it, and
Okay.
I have product, and I've moved it as forward as I possibly can right now. And so this is why I'm entering the contest, to see how I can move everything forward. And I do have my plans.
Gotcha. And you have a product, right?
Oh, yes, I have a product.
You've created that formula. You have a cream and lotion, right, for
Yes.
skin. And what does it do? What do you say, people? Like, take this because.
It replaces a lot of the lotions that's on the market that are filled with chemicals and
it's
all
natural.
kind of acetones and alcohols and all
Gotcha.
of that stuff. And I make it from a natural concept of maybe like 15 to 17 different natural organic things, and I combine them together in a unique way through different processes. And then I choose which ones I would like to put fragrances in or not, depending on who
Right.
is the target audience.
Yeah,
for it.
so I could already tell you that is a growing market of people wanting organic cosmetics and skin products. And also sounds like, maybe people with allergies, or there's absolutely a great market for that. I see products coming to market and advertising. Your product sounds natural, and you've been working on it since 10 years.
Yeah.
So it's time to get it out there, right?
It is, yeah. I've had it out there in the market on a small level, and I had neighbors and family and friends and things like that back in New York, because I'm from New York. That's where I originally started it. And people really liked it, and they said it helped their skin with psoriasis,
Oh, wow.
scrapes, scabs, and all sorts of things. So, yes.
It sounds like you need to get the word out there and have products available to give people to test and try it and sell and just make it move the product, get it
I'm
out
hopeful for that.
to people, because it sounds amazing.
Yes, thank you.
Wonderful. Okay. Anybody else? All right. Well, I guess we're going to break early, and we here in the SU building are going to talk to students. We're going to go and try to see how to help them out with the idea, right, for the pitch. That's what they're here. And online, we will, again, we'll give you a little break, right? Go grab a coffee or water or not, mingle, right? And come back around in 10 minutes or so. And come back, we're going to do some group work. And online, Heather's going to group a student. Depends on how many we have. And make sure you go to the Zoom. So, sorry, I asked her, she's doing a million things at once. But if you could please share the Zoom link when you get a chance, Heather. And people in the room don't need to get on Zoom. You can if you want, right? We're here, right? We could talk to you, right? But if you're online, definitely get on Zoom so you can collaborate to get most experience from today. You should talk to other students. It's a wonderful experience. Students love helping one another and feedback. Give and get feedback today. That's why you're here, right? So there are going to be groups in Zoom, so participate in there. And get in at whenever you can, right? We'll have a little break, and then after the break, we have until noon to work on your idea. And what you want to do right now is, again, work on the idea workbook that I just presented, right? And that link to the document is in the Innovation Challenge Canvas course, and I'm sure Heather posted it. So make sure you have that available. All right, so we can leave this slide on, and here are the links, right? GCC Innovation Challenge, and if you're also interested to learn about classes, go ahead and explore the opportunities in taking courses in small business and entrepreneurship. There's the link, and there's the website too, where to go. All right, I will see you back right before noon here, but I'll be in the room and we'll be online on Zoom, okay? So again, if you have any questions, hop on the chat. Let us know how we can help. We're not going to be on video, but we're going to be in the room and on Zoom until noon. And don't miss at noon the presentation from Credit Union West on financial success for college students. So you definitely don't want to miss that. And there will be a promotion that they will talk about for you, for students. So you don't want to miss that. All right, see you back in about an hour and 10 minutes.
she has really moved, and all kids need things to do after school, right? Most crimes, right, is committed between 3 p.m. in the afternoon and 7 o'clock at night because parents aren't worried, right? And the fact that if you are in the after school space, you're dealing with kids who might be nominated to go, or you could be working on literacy skills, but they don't want to know reading lesson. They get to be their pictures right about, you know what I'm saying? Like, so I see how moving into that school
advance the slides from the right. And sometimes it doesn't work, and it's weird why.
Stuck.
This happened to me earlier. It's on. It's on.
Okay.
So just talk in the microphone, change the slides, and you do your thing.
Okay, perfect.
Let me get my stuff from here.
I'm sure you'll be introducing me and all that.
Yes, I will introduce you briefly
Briefly, yes, that's fine.
because I just got your name. I'm like, what's her name? What is her title?
So I work in learning and development. I'm in the
Nice.
training department at
That's
Credit Union.
fantastic.
So
That sounds
yeah,
really
so this is
fun.
kind of what I do a lot of the time.
Yeah, you're a pro.
I'm in the classroom. Wouldn't go that far, but I'm in the classroom. I do a lot of facilitation.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So, and I was telling them that I used to come to GCC.
No,
Yeah.
you should say that.
Yeah, after I graduated high school, I came here for 2 years and took classes.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, you did. What kind of? What
Just
program?
like my general
Just
studies.
general?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got all those credits.
That's
a long
awesome.
time. I mean,
Please,
it's been a long
please
time.
say that.
It's been like
Please,
20
that-
years, but
No, we won't know. Just say you came here. This is your college too. I'm an alumni. That
my
would be so
stomping
cool.
grounds. Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, I'll share that.
Wonderful. So, few more minutes.
Yeah.
Supposed to be on hand at the end,
Yeah.
answer questions.
Yeah.
Anyone?
Yeah, I know. It's so funny, right? Because there are probably going to be questions on Zoom, so or online, right? So we'll hopefully get.
I was leaving the house today and I just started walking out
It was
like this
colder
and
than
the
usual.
wind.
Oh, it's
Yeah, it was so windy. It like almost blew me away. I'm like, I need a jacket.
I have a jacket, but I don't think it fits your fashion style.
So I've got a jacket, but I think they want us to show off our stuff. So whenever you're ready.
I just need a minute to turn the mic from talking to
Got our masks.
We have to keep the mask on.
So just give me, like, before you start, just give me a wave and I'll turn it on or back.
Usually when I'm doing presentations, I like to walk around, but I might have to
I
stay
am the
close to.
same way.
Yeah, but I'm like, I might have to stay close to the microphone with the mask, you know?
You have
And
to.
especially
Yeah.
since this is
And try not to do this, because I kind of do that. too.
Unidirectional microphone.
yeah.
So if you go away, it doesn't pick it up.
Or like one
I
that
don't
you
know.
can put on your shirt or something.
Well, it is what it is. We're not gonna.
It's like she's
Okay, just a minute. I have to introduce. Yeah. What's that? No, everybody has their mask on. We were told you have to have a mask on. The times. Oh my gosh. Who would have known?
I know, right?
That's our loophole, huh?
Just have a constant bottle of water next to you.
Oh, sorry, this is my water. You want a water?
No, I'm okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I'll just 1 more minute, and I'll give him a signal, right? He needs a minute, I guess.
Yeah, of course. I'll be here.
It's Kristen Karstens.
Yeah, very good. Usually people don't get it right.
Hello, everyone. We are back live in the streaming link and here in person at GCC in the Student Union building. We're serving lunch right now, so if you're close to the campus and you want a slice of pizza, come over. We'd love to have you in person or attend virtually if that is what you can do. But hopefully you heard this morning that we have exciting guest news and presentations lined up for today. I am very happy to introduce to you Kristen Karstensen, and she's right here, and she will be presenting on financial strategies for college students. You don't want to miss this. I'm really happy if you made it, and with that, I'm going to turn it over to her, and we will be presenting till about 1:10, 1 o'clock, and they are available. They're here. The team is here in the SU area, right, in outside the room, and they're here to talk to you and answer questions. So with that, I'll turn it over to Kristen.
Thank you very much. All right, good afternoon, everybody. How are y'all doing? Good. It's nice to see all of you here today. Hope you're enjoying your pizza and getting a lot accomplished, being real productive today. As mentioned, my name is Kristen. I work for Credit Union West. I actually work in the Learning and Development Department as a trainer, essentially. So I get to train all of the people that come through our organization. And today I'm excited to be here to talk to you all about financial success. And we're going to have a lot of really great topics to go over here. So thank you so much for being here. But before we get into the presentation, I do want to talk a little bit about Credit Union West, our mission and our vision and our values. And sorry, it takes a minute here for the presentation to load. And first of all, I want to ask all of you in here, does anybody know the difference between a credit union and a bank? Okay, I see one hand. Okay, gotcha. Anybody here belong to a credit union? I love to see that. Okay. Well, for those of you in the room who may not know, a credit union is a bit different than a bank. Now, we do offer all of the same financial services and products that the big banks do, but we're able to offer them to our members at better rates and fewer fees. And the reason for that is because we are a not-for-profit organization. So what that means is the money that the credit union makes, we're able to put that back to our members or give it back to our members. We give better rates on loans, better rates on deposit accounts, fewer fees, and a wider array of products and services. And that's because when you join a credit union, you become a member, you become a shareholder of the credit union. So that's the big difference. Our profits we give back to our members. Another thing that makes us unique is that we are local. So when you bank with a credit union, your money is staying local. You're helping support your local communities, small businesses, right? And I know that's what you all are trying to achieve here as well. So another really great benefit to being a credit union member. We also have a board of directors that are volunteers, so they do not get paid for their time. They're actually elected to the board by our members. So every member at a credit union gets a vote in, the decisions that we make. So that's, again, some really great benefits to belonging to a credit union. And if you have never belonged to a credit union before, we would love to have you, of course. Please come see us at our table after the presentation today, and we would love to give you more information. And I want to talk a little bit about our history, our mission, our vision, and our core purpose, as you can see here. So our mission really is to inspire our members, our employees, and communities to achieve their financial goals and enhance their quality of life. Pretty simple, right? It's all about just doing what's best for our members, helping them to be successful financially. And our vision is to be your primary trusted financial services provider for life. So we want our members to bank with us for always, right? People go through all sorts of changes and events throughout life, and we want to be there to help them with those things, whether it's a checking account and a debit card, or maybe a car loan, maybe a home loan, right? So there's all these things that people need throughout their lives that we're able to help with and help in a way that we can save money as well. And our core purpose is to enhance the quality of life by establishing long-term relationships, providing sound ethical advice, and delivering superior service. So that's another kind of credit union motto, is that we're all about service and really building those relationships with our members. You're not just another customer, you're not just a number, you truly are a member, and everything that we do, all of the decisions that we make are in the best interest of our members. All right, moving right along. I want to talk a little bit about exactly what financial success means. And really, it's just about being in control of your money. All of you here today are here because you're investing in your education, right? And that's really important. And investing in your financial future is also extremely important. So many of life's greatest achievements really rely on responsible spending and saving and planning. And today we'll discuss the importance of budgeting, maintaining a checking account, and also using credit cards wisely. We'll also cover some basic information about the importance of establishing and maintaining good credit. And then we'll also take a look at some secured loan options, which really help you to establish credit for all of those big goals that you have in life. All right, so before we jump into budgeting, I want to take a look at some statistics, and these are pretty staggering. So if we take a look at this first one here, it says 69% of adults have less than, I'm sorry, that's supposed to say $1,000 in savings, not 100. So there's a typo there. But 69% of adults have less than $1,000 in savings. And if you think about that in terms of, what if tomorrow there was some sort of financial emergency or some sort of event that you were not anticipating, right? Would you have enough money in your savings account to cover that expense? And 69% is a pretty high number, right? 69% of Americans or adults would say, no, I don't have those funds available. And 45% of adults spend more than they earn each month or just break even. That's also a scary number. That's almost half of adults that spend more than they earn, which probably means that people are in debt, right? Maybe credit card debt just to get by. Or they're living paycheck to paycheck, which again, that can really cause issues if you run into a situation where you have an unexpected expense. Now, 44% of adults aged 50 or under have credit card debt. Now, we're going to talk about credit cards a little bit later, and credit cards are not as evil as you might think. Contrary to what you may have heard, credit cards can actually do a lot of good if you use them wisely, but carrying debt can be really stressful and can put a huge strain on you financially. And 57% of adults have 3 months or less of emergency savings. It is recommended that you have about 2 or 3 months worth of income saved in a savings account. That way, again, if there's any sort of unexpected expense, you are prepared for that, right? So the majority of people do not have that. So how do we get there? What are some things that we can do to make sure that we're not, part of these statistics, right? So let's go ahead and take a look. So let's first start talking about setting a budget. So setting a budget is one thing, right? But then sticking to it is a whole other ball game, am I right? We all know this. And the key is to set realistic expectations and remain disciplined. I always like to think of this, as an example is it's kind of like signing up for a gym membership and then never going to the gym. You might have the best intentions, but if you don't follow through, is it really doing you any good? No, and I'm so guilty of that. I've definitely joined the gym, and I'm like, I'm going to get in shape. I'm going to go once a week, and then I just don't. And that doesn't do me any good. It's a waste of my time, and it's the same thing with budgeting, right? You can really sit down and think long and hard about your budget. You can even put it on a piece of paper. You have all the right intentions, but if you don't follow through with that budget, then it really doesn't do you any good. So that's the hardest part, is just remaining disciplined and then following through and being intentional with how you're spending and saving your money. All right. So one of the first things that you have to do when you're sitting down to make a budget is think about what are your needs versus your wants. Do you guys know the difference? I would hope. It's hard to separate them sometimes, right? I can convince myself that a want is a need. I definitely don't need more clothes or shoes, but I still like to shop for them. In fact, I was practicing this presentation at home with my 15-year-old daughter, and I was talking about needs versus want, and she goes, "Mom, you're a fraud," because I like to online shop, and so every day there's like a new package showing up at the door, and she's like, "You didn't need that." So What are some examples of some needs that you guys can think of? Feel free to shout them out. What are needs? What are those? A home to live in, absolutely. Shelter, of course. Food, absolutely. Yes, transportation. Yep, exactly. Those are all perfect examples of needs. And then how about wants? Yeah, $1 million. The new iPhone is a great example. They're constantly coming out with new versions of the iPhone, right? And sometimes you think, oh, I gotta have that. It's got a better camera. It's got more, storage or whatever the case may be. But do you really need the latest iPhone? Probably not, right? So it's really important when you are creating a budget to think about what your needs are versus your wants. And you may have to say no to some things, especially in the short term. You really have to think about what your long-term goals are. So saying no to some things, like maybe going out to dinner or buying a new pair of shoes, or signing up for a subscription service that you may not use on a regular basis, you might have to say no to those now. But in the future, that just means that you're going to be able to say yes to some of those bigger goals that you have, and we're going to talk about that as well. So just really consider that. Think about what you need versus what you want, what you can cut, and what you want to save for in the long term. It's also important to set realistic goals. So, we all have goals, whether that's short term, long term, and we need to be realistic about them. And we want to make sure that we're putting enough money aside for whatever that goal may be. One of the things that you can do is really automate your savings. If you can set up any sort of like automatic transfer to go from your checking account to your savings account every month, that's a really good idea. Do any of us here have direct deposit from an employer? Right? So you can actually set up like a portion, either a specific dollar amount that you choose or a percentage of your direct deposit to just automatically go into your savings account every pay period. That's a really good way to get in the habit of savings. You don't even have to think about it. It just happens, right? Now, the key there is to not go into your online banking and then just transfer it right back over from your savings account to your checking account, right? You want to try to let it just sit there and you can kind of just pretend it's not there. All right? You also want to make sure that you're tracking your expenses. How many of you, by a show of hands, would say that you track your expenses? Okay, good. You do. Jill, all right. Awesome. Okay, and what I mean by tracking expenses, okay, I don't mean logging into your mobile banking app every now and then just to check and make sure to check on your balance, right? So really tracking your expenses is taking a look at what's going in and out of your account on a regular basis. You'd probably be surprised, how much money might be going to discretionary items once you start to total it all up. I think about, getting a coffee from Starbucks every day or going out to eat, all of those things don't really seem like a lot until you start adding them up. And then you realize, oh, wow, I'm really spending a big chunk on these items every month and I can cut back on those and save some money. And of course, with any budget, you want to adjust as needed. So things change throughout our lives, our employment changes, our income changes, so we can adjust our budgets, but it's always good to have something to start with, and then you can kind of see, where is my money going? Where can I make some adjustments? And, just adjust accordingly. All right. So now I want to talk real quick about some common budgeting mistakes. So number one is kind of what I mentioned earlier, not keeping track of your expenses. If you're not paying attention to what's, coming in and going out, then you really can't budget, right? So that's really important to do. Underestimating your expenses too. Again, using the example with my online shopping, I don't think about it because it's so easy nowadays with debit cards and credit cards and online shopping. A lot of the places I shop, I have my debit card just saved right in there, or you can pay via PayPal. You just click a button and it comes out and you're like, okay, well, $20, that's not a big deal. $25, that's, not much. $10 here, $15 there. When you actually sit down and add it all up, you'd be really, really surprised, about the expenses. So I think a lot of us really do fall into that trap of underestimating how much money we actually spend. And also not paying yourself first. So what do you think I mean by that? Paying yourself. Absolutely. Thank you. Yes, putting money into savings. That's all that means. That should be your number one priority when you're setting a budget. Always set aside money for yourself first, put into your savings account, and then go from there. And then using credit versus cash is sort of another trap that people fall into. If you don't have the cash to pay for something, then it probably needs to wait. Now, again, we'll talk about how credit cards can be helpful and useful in just a little bit, but you don't want to rely on credit cards to pay for everyday, purchases or expenses that you have. All right, so we're going to talk about budgeting, and more specifically, a popular and effective method that a lot of people use, and it's called the 50-30-20 budget. And this model recommends that 50% of your take-home income should go to required expenses. And then 30% should go towards discretionary spending, and about 20% should go towards savings. So let's talk about what are some required expenses. Those are things like shelter, like we mentioned earlier, right? Utilities, groceries, healthcare, and transportation. So you guys all got those right off the bat. Now, discretionary spending relates to things like dining out, entertainment, hobbies, gym memberships, electronics, subscriptions. So budgeting doesn't mean, that you can't have fun and spend your money on things you enjoy. It just means that you really have to prioritize those things, right? And again, savings is crucial to achieving financial success. You should always set, money aside, again, for emergencies and even potentially down payments for larger purchases. So in addition to a savings account, you should always take advantage of a 401k plan if your employer offers one. How many of us here have a 401k or, okay, good. And if you don't have a 401k plan option available to you, there are other savings account options such as IRAs. An IRA is an individual retirement account that has some really great tax benefits. And then just a regular savings account, is a great place to start if you haven't started really saving quite yet. All right. And now most of you in this room, I'm sure, probably have a checking account, right? So we won't spend too much time talking about what a checking account is, but I think it's important to discuss, the benefits of a checking account and just asking yourself whether or not you're taking advantage of all of the benefits and resources that come with a checking account. So when you are looking at a checking account, or maybe even just reviewing your own checking account that you currently have, you should take a look and see, is there a minimum balance requirement for my checking account? There's a lot of financial institutions, including Credit Union West, that offer free checking with no minimum balance requirements, no monthly service fees. So again, that's something else you want to look at. Does your checking account require you to pay a monthly fee? If so, that's money you could be saving, so it might not hurt to shop around and try to find a checking account that does not have a fee. A lot of checking accounts or financial institutions also offer free budgeting tools, which is great. In fact, you can go onto our website, cus.org. We've got all sorts of really great financial calculators and budgeting tools that you can use for free. And also, you should take a look at the interest rate. Is your checking account paying you for keeping money in there? Are you getting a good interest rate? Is there any sort of cashback rewards program? I don't know about you all, but I live for cashback rewards. I'm like, hey, if I'm going to be spending my money anyway, I might as well be getting some rewards and some cash back for that, and I can use that later. And then lastly, you also want to take a look at overdraft protection, making sure that your checking account has some sort of overdraft protection set up. And overdraft protection can be something like a savings account or a line of credit, and it protects your account from going negative, and it will save you from paying costly fees. So the average overdraft fee, if you didn't know, is about $35 per transaction. That's pretty crazy, right? And that can mean, essentially, if you don't have enough money in your checking account and you drive through McDonald's, you could end up paying $40 for a combo meal that was, supposed to be $5 because, your account goes overdrawn, you get charged a $35 non-sufficient funds fee for that transaction, and now you owe the credit union or the bank where you have your checking account, including that fee. So overdrafting your account can really easily snowball out of control. It's really important to discuss options with whoever you bank with just to make sure that you're protected in case those instances ever do arise. All right, and now let's talk about credit cards. So how many of us in this room have ever been told to steer clear of credit cards? They're evil, you don't want them, don't get one. I'm sure we've all heard that at some point, right? But I really don't want you all to be scared of credit cards. In fact, when you use them responsibly, they really offer some great benefits. So let's talk about some of those. Number one, a credit card can really help establish or build your credit. We're going to get more into credit here in just a little bit and why that's so important. But yeah, a credit card a lot of times is the very first step that people take in establishing their credit history. It's also really great for emergency situations and travel. In fact, I believe if you want to rent a car, you have to have a credit card, right? A lot of times to reserve a hotel room, you need a credit card. Think of this too. Let's say you're traveling out of state and all you have is a debit card that's linked to your checking account and that gets lost. Or it gets stolen and somebody's fraudulently using that debit card. That would be a huge hassle, right? Because now your checking account might be drained. You're going to have to get, all of that figured out. If you have a credit card, that's not necessarily your funds, and you have something as a backup in case, your debit card gets lost or stolen. And credit cards also offer fraud protection. So that way, if your card is stolen or used fraudulently, then you can dispute those purchases and, get the money back. And some things to consider when you're thinking about a credit card is to limit the number of cards that you have. So that's really important. I mean, you don't want to apply for every credit card that's out there. I'm sure you all have seen, you go to the store. I mean, really any retail store you go to now, they offer a credit card, right? And when you're checking out, what do they say? Yeah, do you want to open a credit card today? You can save 20%, you go to Kohl's, you go to Target, you go to Fry's. I mean, everybody has a credit card. So again, it can be useful. It can help you save money if you're disciplined and you use the credit cards responsibly, but you don't want to have, every credit card out there. And always keep track of your spending. Same thing, just like when you're creating a budget and it's your money that you're budgeting, you still want to keep track of your spending with a credit card because guess what? You have to pay that money back. So you need to make sure that you have funds available to pay back whatever you charge. And of course, don't spend more than you can afford to pay. It's very tempting when you have a credit card to go out and spend, right? Because you're like, it's not my money. Or, hey, I'll worry about it later. Well, pretty soon, later creeps up on you, right? And you have to pay that bill. And you always want to pay the balance off in full. Does anybody know why? Thank you. Yeah. What were you going to say? Interest? Same thing. Yes, that's another really good reason. So yes, you will pay interest on any balance that you don't pay in full. And then in addition to that, you want to keep your balances on your credit cards low because that, helps with your credit score, which we'll talk about a little bit later. But yep, those are really good examples. And on that note, we are going to switch gears here now and talk about credit. And just to give you a definition of what credit is, it is a numeric summary of the information in your credit report, and it's formulated to predict the risk that you will not repay what you borrowed. So there are 3 credit bureaus out there, and they are Equifax, Experian, and TransUnion. And your credit score can range from 300 to 850. So a score of 700 or above is generally considered good. So that's really what you want to aim for with a credit score is 700 or above. And let's go ahead and take a look now at how your credit score is calculated. Now, each of those 3 credit bureaus may calculate your score a little bit differently, but the formula really doesn't vary much. So your credit score is calculated only from the information in your credit report, but I do want to mention that lenders may look at many things when they're making a credit decision, such as your income, how long you've worked at your current job, and then the kind of credit that you're requesting. So payment history accounts for 35% of your credit score. That's the majority of how your score is calculated, your payment history. So if you take anything away from this presentation, this is what I would say is always make your payments and make your payments on time. If you're struggling or you find yourself in a situation where you might not be able to make your payment, contact your lender directly right away and let them know what's going on. A lot of times they are willing to work with you. Because they don't want to, see you default on your payments. So just be in communication if you ever do find yourself in that situation. The first thing that a lender is going to want to know when you apply for a loan is whether you've paid past credit accounts on time, right? So that's really important to have a good history. And this helps them figure out the amount of risk it will take on, or that they will take on when they extend credit to you. And again, this is the most important factor in a credit score. So just make sure you always keep your accounts in good standing, and that will really help you to build a good, healthy credit history. And 30% of your score is based on your amounts owed. So having credit accounts and owing money on them doesn't necessarily mean that like you're a high-risk borrower or that you'll have a low credit score. But if you are using a lot of your available credit, this might indicate that you're overextended to lenders. And then banks can interpret this to mean that you're at a higher risk of defaulting. So that really is in regards to like revolving credit, like credit cards, lines of credit. If you're maxed out on the available credit that you have, that might be kind of a red flag to lenders. And length of credit history makes up about 15% of your score. So in general, a longer credit history will increase your score. However, even people who haven't been using credit for very long can have high credit scores, just depending on how the rest of the credit report looks. And your credit score takes into account how long your credit accounts have been established. That includes the age of your oldest account, the age of your newest account, and then an average age of all of your accounts. Also, how long specific credit accounts have been established and how long it has been since you used certain accounts. And then about 10% of your score is based on the credit mix, which means it takes into account, credit cards, retail accounts, mortgage loans, auto loans, all of those things. It's not necessary to have one of each of these types of loans, but the more variety that you have, the better that's going to fare for your credit score. And then finally, 10% of your score is based on new credit. So research shows that opening several credit accounts in a short amount of time represents a greater risk, especially for people who don't have a long credit history. So if you can avoid it, try not to open too many accounts, too rapidly. All right, so your credit score is a representation of how you manage financial responsibility. It's not a testament to who you are as an individual. Things like age, ethnicity, religion, and marital status are excluded in the calculation of your score, so that's a common misconception out there. Really, your credit score has nothing to do with any of those things. Your employer, occupation, and salary are also not included in the equation, although you may be asked those questions when you're applying for a loan. Things like your occupation, your employer, your salary, those are going to help you in getting approved for loans, but it's not necessarily part of your credit report or part of your score. And things like checking accounts, rent, and utility bills are not typically factored into your credit score. That's also another big misconception out there. I've talked with a lot of folks doing these kinds of presentations, and a lot of people tend to assume that when they open a checking account, that's helping to build their credit. And it's really not. The only kinds of things that report to the credit bureaus are like loans, money that you borrow. Now, there are some property management companies like rent companies that will report your rent to the credit bureaus. So that's really helpful for somebody who's renting and looking to establish good credit for when they're, ready to purchase a home. I also know that Experian offers a program called Experian Boost. And this is a really great feature if you haven't heard of it and you're interested in giving your credit score a little bit of a boost. I would definitely recommend looking into it. And that's where they will basically link up to your checking account and take a look at bills that you regularly pay. It could be like your utility bills, your cell phone bills, your rent, things like that. And then they will take that and factor it into your score. So again, that's something that Experian offers specifically. And you can go directly to their website and read more about it and actually sign up for that service. All right. So why do we put so much stock in a credit score? Why is it so important? So I guess I'll put it this way. Unless you plan to pay cash for things like cars and homes, then a good credit score is, it's just necessary. I wish I could pay for my car in cash. I wish I could pay for my home in cash, but it's just not going to happen. Landlords and property management companies also look at your credit score to determine if you qualify for rent. So they will pull your credit, even if you're just applying for, an apartment or a rental property. And employers can even sometimes pull your credit to access your qualifications. I always share this story when I do these kinds of presentations, but my brother Real smart guy. He's my younger brother. He went to school, got 2 bachelor's degrees, got his master's degree, even got his law degree. But he let his credit go. He stopped paying on his accounts when he was in school. He was just overwhelmed and stressed out and, let his credit cards charge off and things like that. And his credit score just really went down the drain. And he went to apply for a job, and they denied him for the job because of his credit. He didn't meet the qualifications for that job. So just kind of goes to show you it impacts so much more than just, whether or not you get approved for a loan. It can impact so many other facets of your life. It can also impact like the rates that you get approved for insurance premiums and cell phone bills and things like that. And a higher credit score, again, it's going to help you get the best interest rates, better insurance premiums, and I think the most important thing is that it's going to help you to avoid stress if you can maintain good credit. So I know initially establishing credit can be really tricky. I remember going through that when I was, 18, 19 years old. I would apply for a credit card and get declined, and the reason was, well, you don't have any credit. And I'm like, well, how am I supposed to get credit, So there are some really great secured options available that you can take advantage of. Here at Credit Union West, we offer several secured loan options. The first one is a secured credit card. And when I say secured, essentially what that means is that you have the funds to secure against that loan or that account. So you might have $500 in a savings account, and we can secure those funds and give you a credit card, and then your payment history actually gets reported to the credit bureaus, so it helps to establish that good credit history. A share secured loan works pretty much the same way. You just keep money in your savings account, and we'll hold on to it and give you a loan, and then as you make your payments, that money is available in your savings account again, and then just like with the secured credit card, we report that to the credit bureaus, and you can start establishing that positive payment history. And then we also offer a credit builder loan, which is similar to a share secured loan, but it's for folks who may not have money in their savings account. We will essentially give you the loan and then hold the funds in your account. You don't get the funds you don't get the funds like right off the bat, but you get them after the fact once you've made your payments. So a lot of really good options out there. And for our share secured and credit builder loans, they do come with flexible terms and benefits. So it's only $500 for the minimum loan amount. And we do 12 to 84 month payment terms. And you can also rely on a fixed rate with secured loan options and fixed payments, which makes it really manageable and of course easy when you are working on your budget. All right, and that concludes everything for our presentation today. I do want to open it up for some questions. If anybody has any questions, I would love to answer them. I also have Todd here. He is from our Cactus branch at Credit Union West, so he's happy to answer questions as well. Yeah.
It's not really a credit union question. I'm just kind of curious your take on it. Why do you think some of the major banks are changing their return check fees now? I mean, I think it was Chase that dropped it from $30-some down to $0 or
Oh, wow.
minimum. Are they feeling the competition of credit unions, or?
They might be a little bit, and I think that, I think that might be a little bit of it. I think that the banking industry as a whole has really started to focus more on service versus, fees and profits and things like that. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's great.
How do student loans play out in credit scores?
That is a great question. You might be able to answer that better than me. We don't do student loans at the credit union, but I know that you see them a lot when you do loan
Right.
applications.
And like she said, we don't actually do any of our own student loans, but I do see a lot of applicants with student loan balances. And especially during the COVID times, they were all being deferred. And so that actually, we were able to just strike that from the debt to income ratio calculations in determining, eligibility for a loan. But going forward, that's not going to be the case unless you have a special one-off thing, with your student loan folks that is still deferred or under a forbearance. But we're going to have documentation for that now rather than just the automatic, see a student loan, it's deferred, But, yeah, that's about all that I really know about that, because we don't really deal too much with that, other than seeing around loans, yeah.
So I think that is the biggest thing that, yeah, it is included in the debt to income ratio when applying for a loan. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Any other?
Yeah.
So earlier you mentioned the situation that some people find themselves when they let their payments go, they didn't pay their credit card, their score tanked. Well, how do you get better from there, right? Are there any tools or any services that you provide for credit repair, and what advice would you give?
One of the coolest products that Credit Union West offers for people in just that situation is called our Credit Builder Loan. And I can't say that 100% of people get approved for it, but, almost everybody gets approved for it. And it's a way that it's a secure loan where the credit union actually fronts the money that's going to secure the loan. It's actually the money you're borrowing, but you don't get it until you pay it back. It's a kind of a reverse situation. But it gives you a chance to establish a positive trade line on your credit report. It gives you a chance to one that's not a default, in other words. It gives you a chance to develop payment history that's good without any late payments. Now, yeah, you can still mess that up, but this gives you a chance, even if everything else is in the gutter on your credit report. And I've seen people come to us, and we've helped people over it. Usually it takes, it's crazy because you can destroy your credit like that, but building it up takes time. And usually about 12 months, into a credit builder loan is when you'll really see a difference. That and establishes credit history with the credit union itself, so we, have a history and a relationship now with that person that's maybe paid off one of those loans successfully over a year or 24 months, and regardless of anything else we see, hey, they've been good with us, we might be more apt to approve them for other things. So it's a good deal.
Yeah, and I really echo what you said in that a lot of times if you're having credit challenges, it does just take time. I wish there was a quick fix, a magic button you could push that would erase all of that negative history, but unfortunately some of those things just will take time. So the biggest thing you can do is just continue to make or start again making payments on time, and just waiting for things to get better. And then the secured loan option is great. When I met my husband, he actually did not have the greatest credit. And of course, me working in banking, I was like, okay, we got to get this fixed. And we got him a secured loan, and he paid on that for about a year or two, and it slowly, built up his credit score. And now he's got better credit than me. Go figure. So yeah, you really just have to kind of take control of it and just make sure that you're making your payments on time and being patient.
Okay, now let's go to all the good things you guys do. A lot of small potential business owners here, and a 20-some-year-old tries to walk into Chase Bank, Bank of America, Wells Fargo. 99 times out of 100, they're going to be turned away, say, you don't have enough. Your history isn't enough. Can you share about how credit unions are different, and that I'm not saying you guys take risks that are unfounded, but you work with individuals a lot better, and your thresholds, once someone becomes a member, may be a little bit lower than a bank based out of New York City is.
Mm-hmm.
And how can all these students today look and say, wow, I've really got a legitimate chance to get a loan from credit union if I've got a solid idea and a good business plan, and that they can talk to someone who's going to actually make the decision, not a computer program?
Yeah, and I'm going to let you speak to that as well, because Todd actually, he takes the applications all day, every day, pretty
Right.
much, yeah.
Well, right now, just to be clear, Credit Union West currently is not doing any business lending or anything like that. So I can't really answer to that right now as far as business plans or anything like that, like you were mentioning. But yeah,
But with the personal loans as well, it's, you look at it, you make the decision. You don't type the information into a computer and
right,
get an email back that says yes or no,
right.
which is
Yep.
a huge difference to any of the other banks.
Right. And that's really one of the reasons why I started my banking career in the big banks, and I worked for 2 of the big 3 in that time. And I came to the credit union because I wanted to have that more intimate, one-on-one, personable, where you actually deal with a human that can understand, hey, sometimes bad things happen to good people, and, we got to help people turn that around, and if they're really wanting to fix things, we have ways to help them repair things that happen,
So I do want to say that you've prepared something special for students, and it's a great segue, right? You have something to share, a promotion, a special, offer, and I brought it up because I definitely want to make sure we cover that, right?
Yes.
So I'll let you share it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, as you mentioned, if you open up a Credit Union West checking account, you can receive $150, and in addition to that, you will have access to all the other amazing benefits that we offer to our credit union members. There's no monthly account service fees. You only need $5 to start a membership, and that $5 is like your share of the credit union. It just goes into a savings account, and that's what makes you a member. And then from there, you have access to all of our other great accounts, services, and products. So we would love for you to come by, see us at the Credit Union West table. If nothing else, get some swag from us. We've got some really cool goodies over there we'd love to give to you. But yeah, definitely if you have been thinking about opening a checking account or maybe switching banks, there's a great incentive right here, $150 just for becoming a member. So we would love to have you. And as Todd mentioned, because we are local, we really are focused on establishing and building relationships with people versus, some of the big banks, they don't really view their customers that way. And so we really get to know our members, and our goal is to really help people and to make sure that they're successful in achieving their financial goals.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, do we
Like
have
clap.
any more questions about anything the Credit Union West team covered? Anything about credit cards, debt? Yes. Wait. Say.
Hello.
Hi.
To open a new account, is that a hard inquiry on your credit?
It is not. We do pull a credit report and a check systems report, but it's a soft inquiry, so it will not impact your credit score. But we do look at the credit score and the report to determine eligibility for our checking accounts.
And what are your criteria in that area?
There is specific criteria. I don't know off the top of my head, minimum credit scores and things like that. But we do look at credit score. We also look at whether or not there's any sort of current delinquencies and things like that. But, again, it's just a soft pull, and we can tell you right away, if you qualify for a checking account.
Gives you a chance to review your own credit report
Yeah.
at that time
That's a good point.
without having a hard
That's a good point. Todd mentioned that if you open up a checking account and we're doing that soft pull on your credit, that's a really good opportunity for us to sit down and talk to you and explore maybe some options, maybe some ways that we can save you money
That was the next question. Basically, I was going to ask about, and how do you help your customers to increase in all of those areas of savings and credit cards?
That's exactly, really, that's it. When we have our members in
Accounts.
front of us and we have their credit report and we're sitting across from them and helping them, we're looking at those things, opportunities to say, maybe we can consolidate some things here and save some money on interest or fees and really make things easier for you, and especially when members come in and apply for a loan with us, we're looking at the big picture and saying, okay, is this the right loan for you? Is there a product that might be better suited for you that will save you more money or give you more flexibility? So we do a lot of, we get to know our members. We ask a lot of questions. What is your goal with this product or service? What are your long-term goals? And we really kind of look at the big picture and try to come up with a plan that's going to, be best suited for you.
Also, do you have business accounts?
We do.
Like for us entrepreneurs,
Yeah.
we need EIN numbers, business
Yes.
accounts. We often need our own checking accounts
Uh-huh.
to do business. and to obtain, what are they calling now? When you have credit with like gas stations or where you purchase your inventory for, I forget the word
Okay.
the word that is used, but that type of area.
Yeah, we do offer deposit accounts for businesses. We open everything from like a sole proprietorship account to, corporation accounts. So we can take care of all of, the business needs on that front. We're just not currently doing business lending, but definitely can help out with the deposit accounts.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Anybody else?
Hi there.
Hi, I was wondering, as far as your credit builder loan, just out of curiosity, you mentioned that you needed a minimum of 500, but does the amount, I guess, like, differ on how quickly your credit score gets better, or what does that amount do?
Yeah, so it depends on which loan type you end up going for. So with the share secured loan, it's essentially where you have a minimum of $500 in your savings account, and but you can do more than $500 if you like. Let's say you have $2,000 in your savings account and you want to do a loan for $2,000. We can secure those funds, and then you just make the monthly payments. And I would say making monthly payments for a longer term is probably going to help you the most, just because it's establishing a longer positive payment history. A lot of times people think that, oh well, I'm just going to get a share secured loan and then pay it off real quick, but that sort of defeats the purpose. Now, with a credit builder loan, the way that that's different is if you don't have funds in a savings account to secure the loan, we will essentially front the funds to you or to the member, and we put those funds on hold, and then you make the payments, and essentially as you make the payments, those funds become available and they're yours to keep. And so it's a little bit of like a reverse loan situation. And that one, it's a minimum of $500. We do offer, options, more than $500. But it would, there would be some qualification things that we would look at, like employment and income. Did that answer your question?
Sort of. What is, I guess, the benefit of doing 2,000 versus 500? Is there a benefit of, I guess, more than
More.
less?
I would say probably the main benefit would be, the larger amount that you can do, the longer term that you'll, have available to you to make payments. And again, the longer, the more positive payment history that you have, the better that's going to be for your credit score.
Got you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else?
Well, you all have been wonderful today. Thank you so much for having us here and listening to us, and we hope you come and visit us and become a member.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
so very much. Thank you. And I do want to point out, you should see this on the screen on the YouTube feed, the details for the promotion. Also, Heather has put that information in the chat. So cus.org/GCC, it's a special landing page the Credit Union West team has developed just for us here at GCC, and you will get more information about the $150 and the condition that might apply, but definitely take a look, take advantage of this, right? Money in your checking. Just a little bit of there helps, maybe all the way up to 500, like if you can. You got started with 150, so there you go. Take advantage of it. Take a look. And I do want to say, I know for a fact how important the credit score is for, and I'm moving around, I should probably be here, sorry, for starting a business, right? If you get into the stage where you're looking for funding, credit score is going to play a huge factor, and I don't know if credit union team wants to talk about that, but I know that things that the banks will look for commercial loans is definitely a credit score. So that plays into the ability to get a small amount or a larger amount, a loan from a bank to start a business. So that's one of the things they will tell you is a credit score, in addition to a business plan, of course, plays into their decision. Am I right? Is there anything you guys want to add to this point? Because we're talking about starting a business today, so If, okay, it's okay, then let's see. We are a little ahead of schedule. So we have about 15, 14 actually, more minutes until we have the next presentation. So I do want to see if there are any questions when it comes to developing your idea. That was the first part that we talked about today, right? We worked on the idea workbook and how to describe your idea in concise terms, how to talk about the problem that you're solving, how you describe your solution, how to describe your customers that you're going to help, right, for your business idea. And of course, go through competition a little bit, who else is doing what you're doing, talk about why are you interested and invested in this idea, and who else is helping you, what are your skills, right, with this idea. And then of course, what are your next steps? Okay, so let's see, are there any questions online? Are there any questions in the room that I can help answer while we're pretty much waiting for the next segment in today's presentation? I mean, we're going to have a little break soon, and then we're going to talk about pitching, but we're not there yet. We have some time. So I could take this time to talk about specific questions. I had great questions from the students in the room, and I worked with them in the break, right? So go ahead, don't be shy. Let's talk here as a group while we're waiting kind of for the break and then the next presentation. So where's everybody with their idea to this hour? We've been working since 10 a.m. So.
Here's my question for you on storytelling.
Okay.
In businesses altogether, when you want to make your pitch to investors, people can hear me. If there's someone that can't hear me, they're in trouble. Okay. But when we talk about pitching and storytelling, and I talk to my classes a lot about this in different issues, but where you think business, you think very serious. You think, I need to show you the numbers. I need to show you the profits, the loss, the expenses. What you have to understand, the people that want to give you money, that want to see you succeed, want to see that fire in your belly, that burn, that passion in your heart. Sell what you want to do. Don't sell what's on the piece of paper. You all have great ideas. I've heard a lot of them. And in that, there's a reason you're doing what you're doing. It could be personal experience. It could be friends. It could be helping others. Whatever that passion is, live off of that passion for this contest and for everything else you do when you're talking about businesses. Because if I've got an extra $100 to put in someone's business, I'm not going to do it because the paper says they're going to make money. I'm going to do it because they believe they're going to make money. They feel they're going to make money. Or they're going to make a change. If you're doing a nonprofit, God, we need more nonprofits. We need more people doing things for people. But tell me why you're doing it. What gets you out of bed each morning? Why does that work? And you're going to hear that from Dr. Cantu today. But when you're thinking about your video for Friday, don't worry about the numbers on the piece of paper. Sell Gabriella on why you feel this need to fix this problem.
And people invest in people, right? So if we understand the fire, if we understand your personal story, your motivation, we also know that you're going to go ahead and go through the steps to get this done. If you don't have enough passion and motivation, it is not easy, right, to follow through and start a business. It's not. Like I said earlier, it's not a linear path. It's a process. It's iteration, right? It's being comfortable with not knowing and trying to find out. Be the champion, the advocate for your idea. If you don't have enough passion and energy, how are you going to go through the setbacks? How are you going to stay there when things are tough, when you don't know, when people tell you, we should just get a job. What are you doing, right? Anybody had that? Right? Why are you wanting to do that? So the passion, right? Share that passion, the why, as we said earlier, the presentation and the why. And some of you here had amazing, amazing whys and motivation. Would you, I don't want to say it for you, but I was very inspired. Would any of you want to share your why? They won't see you, they just heard you on the mic, but some of you that I've talked today have amazing motivation. Would any of you like to share? Obviously, tell what you want to do and why. Wonderful. Yes, let's hear. So is that your name, Megan? All right, so Megan is going to share her idea and her why, her motivation, her passion.
I'm not sure if you heard me earlier or not, but I'm an individual with autism, and I forgot your name.
Gabriella.
Gabriella inspired me to look up the statistics on people employed with autism and the likelihood of being able to develop it. It's not something that it's something you're born with. So it's. But I was looking up the statistics, and it turns out that in the U.S., only 22% of adults are employed with autism, and also 1 in 54 people are diagnosed with autism in the U.S. And I don't have an opportunity in the workforce to be able to personally explore and show my talent, and I really want to change that, because to me it's important that I give that opportunity. I work with the people. I plan on training them and giving them that to make them feel important, to make them feel like they have a shot at what other people say they can't. And I've definitely been declined and told that I wasn't able to do something, and I feel like if you push hard enough, you can achieve anything.
Oh, I love that. Words to live by. Even a clap. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Megan. And I inspired Megan. I know right now she's looking into opening a small business for embroidery and custom tailoring, right? And also she wants to train and as apprentice, right? Take people with autism and train them and give them opportunity to work in her future business. I planted a seed. Maybe one day I said, well, I can see this as being a big problem, and with places of employment, with people not understanding how to engage, how to work with people with autism, and maybe training, offering training in the workplace would be something that could help a whole lot of people, right? And just educating businesses and how to obviously embrace and encourage and integrate people with autism so that they can obviously not just have a place to work, but prosper, be empowered, right, to be the best that they can be. And that's a wonderful thing to aspire. So first, we got to get that business, right? We got to get through the Innovation Challenge, get that business going for her, and then hopefully one day, we can see that happen. So thank you so much for sharing. Let's see, we got 2 new students in the room, but I want to see if the 2 other students I talked earlier would like to come up if you don't mind. Come on, practice a little bit for the challenge. And just say what is that you wanted to do and your personal story and your passion behind it. So any of you are welcome to come take the stage and just practice. Again, just imagine you sharing with the world why is that you want to do. You're here because you're passionate. So come on, tell your story. It's not the pitch, right? It's just sharing your motivation. Come on, Tina. I know you want to. Come on. You can, of course. Of course, if you just, what is that?
I said, do you want me to go there?
Yes, I would love it. Okay, say your name and what you want to do and your motivation. Okay.
Hi, my name is Tia. I am currently working on opening a nonprofit tuition-free boarding school. And the reason why is my family had struggled with financial furloughs through our life, as well as mental health disabilities. And so that led my brother to, I feel as though, a premature death, because he was institutionalized from the age 13 to 17, and then he was incarcerated from the age in prison from the age 18 to 24, where he had died from suicide. And so I feel as though that if we have more free charter school education, as well as them living there in mental health funds, that we can change the trajectory of our destitute children.
What a touching story, and how amazing to see the motivation to make a big change and impact, to make this world a better place, right? And for kids who obviously they don't have the legal ability to do something, right? They're minors, so all the best. And I have here Carson, and I haven't had a chance to talk much with Carson. He's just yes. But here he is to share what he wants to do and the passion and maybe a personal story or your connection. So go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. I am the founder of a nonprofit arts education organization called Kindness Through Your Lens. And essentially what we are trying to do is work with inner city schools and at-risk youth in getting a camera in the hands of each student. We'd like to work as an after-school program, basically founding around the idea that through photography, you can find a better sense of yourself, and it leads to healthy approaches to things like vulnerability, self-discovery, compassion. And if you think about the broad spectrum of photography, you can photograph something that means a lot to you, something that defines you, something that's important to you, whatever it may be. So working with at-risk youth in inner city schools, being able to provide arts education, creative problem solving, things like that that are able to help students in and outside of the classroom has proved to be extremely beneficial all around in all sorts of different arts education programs. I found photography when I was in 5th grade, and since then I've become incredibly passionate about taking photos of the people around me, the buildings that provide the history for the places that I live, and things like that. So being able to photograph has, I've talked about this before, has somewhat changed my life, and being around the camera and being around people who want to be involved in creative arts and things like that has changed my perspective on school in and outside of the classroom. I remember in 5th grade looking forward to going to my school's after school like photography club was something that made me actually want to be there in the classroom. And I wasn't a huge fan of school up until then, but realizing the impact that the arts education program that my school had for photography as an after-school program is something that greatly benefited me. And I know that by putting my program out there into schools directly will greatly impact and have the same impact that it had on me at a young age. So my organization would like to work with ages and grade levels 5 through 8, and we'd like to be able to provide a camera and film to each student. We'd like to be able to work in the medium of film photography, because being inside of a film photography setting, I'm not sure if any of you have before, it's almost magical compared to digital photography. Watching a photo appear out of thin air, essentially, it's almost like magic. So utilizing those skills in that program to inner city schools all around the Phoenix metro area. There are over 300 plus public schools in the Phoenix metro area that we are looking to serve. First year goals would be serving anywhere from 10 to 15 schools and putting a camera in the hands of at least 300 students. So I look forward to talking to the rest of you all about your ideas and possible collaboration in the future. And I thank you all for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Carson. And by the way, you got great speaking skills, doesn't he? Yeah, good for you. Awesome. And an artist. And again, I mean, there's so many artist idea, creative students who want to share the art and also help other artists. We get that kind of type of idea in business and nonprofit a lot. So it's wonderful to see that. And I would like to invite here someone that I talked to this morning and in a previous workshop. And I've been amazed of what she was able to do. And I don't want to, I would let her describe her idea and what she has done to date. But this is Sage. Sage, please come here. Don't be shy. You can't be shy. If you're going to be a business owner, you can't be shy. You have to talk about what you're doing, your business, your idea, your product, right? You have to. I'm sorry. So I put you on the spot for a reason. Come on. Tell the world what you've been doing, okay? All right. There you go.
Hi, everybody. Again, my name is Sage, and I am a creator of a natural organic skin cosmetics. And it's mainly, my main product is skin lotion for everyday use. I started creating this product when I decided to become a vegetarian like 15 years ago. And when I started looking at the labels of food and the cosmetics in the stores, and I started to see all of the chemical-based and alcohol-based ingredients in it, and very little of the lotion or cream or whatever it is. And so I decided to begin to make my own, just for me. So toothpaste, this, that, everything, house cleaning stuff, my own laundry things. And so I came up with this wonderful, unique blend of lotion based in cocoa butter, different sea vegetables, ingredients, and I started blending and finding what was good, and I found a nice, unique formula, and I began using it, and it was making wonders for my skin. And so me being a vegan and having a vegan product, and then my friends and family started seeing how well my skin was glowing, and it was clear, and things like that, and they was like, well, what are you doing, And so when I told them, they obviously wanted something. And they saw my age, I'm 58, and it helps keep away wrinkles. It also helps solve the minor skin irritations like psoriasis and acne and things like that. And I also have elderly clients who have told me that their skin irritations have, cleared up and things like that. So this is an amazing product. I love to do it. I want to help more people to have their skin, glowing. It's the internal and the external. So when I started on the internal, and then I got a product for the external, and it's a great product. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so thank you again to all the students who came here and kind of got put on the spot, right? But sometimes you have to get a little push, right? I can't change the slide, so Heather, help. Can you, I didn't, what happened? Yay, that's what I wanted. Thank you so much. So let's take a little time, a little break time, where I'm going to walk around the room to help again with developing the idea. Hopefully you got somewhere, presentation, motivation, talking about the problem, solution, customer. So I'll be working with the students in the room, and then working online in groups, right? And then we only have about 10 minutes. Dr. Cantu is already in the Zoom, so hopefully she can start and present her presentation at around, 10, 15 minutes, somewhere around there. Okay? All right, so see you back in about 14 minutes, right? 10, 15 minutes. That is not working either. All right. We're back after a short break. We're going to show the presentation in a minute. I just wanted to make sure we pull the Zoom up because we have Dr. Liz Cantu coming us via Zoom. She is she's communication faculty at Estrella Mountain Community College, my colleague and friend, and she will be talking and presenting to us today about pitching, storytelling for business, right? All that kind of passion and how to pitch your idea, which is kind of the last part of the day. We're going to focus on how do you build a pitch, and then we're going to practice the pitch until 3 o'clock today. So without further ado, Dr. Cantu, you're free to share your screen. You're now appearing on the YouTube feed.
Thanks, Michelle. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Everyone can hear me okay? Okay, wonderful.
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful. Thank you. Can I go ahead and get started then? Or, okay. Wonderful. So hello and welcome everyone. I am so excited. I'd like to thank Dr. Gabriela Cojanu for inviting me to be a part of your wonderful program today, and also for all of the tech people that are helping make this happen so that I can join you all remotely. And also for the other professors and support staff that have brought this activity or event to our students in the Maricopa Community Colleges. I will share that entrepreneurialism and entrepreneurial mindset, though I'm a communication professor at Estrella Mountain Community College, this is the stuff that I feel helps fill me up as an educator. Even when some of you were introducing yourselves today and saying some of the impact and some of the problems that you want to solve within our communities, we need that more than ever. And so it's always exciting to be a part of these experiences because we get to see what impact and change you want to make in the world. Because again, that's why we're here. So I am here to talk to you a little bit about pitching. And I want this to be a bit of an interactive discussion. I don't know. I hope that some of the people in the room have access to a computer or maybe a phone. I did put in the chat some links, and my hope is that you have these as resources. I'll go ahead and put them in the chat again in case somebody joined a little bit later. And I'd like for you all to start off with a Padlet. And Padlet is basically like imagine a discussion board, or if we were in a room together and we were going to ask you to write on a whiteboard. And what I'd like for you all to do is basically answer this question. When you hear the word pitch or business pitch, what comes to mind? And if, just really quick, does everybody have access to the link? Okay, I saw somebody tell me yes directly, so thank you. What about the people in the room? Are they able to access that link? If not, I can.
I'm getting there now.
Okay, great, no worries, yes.
So do we just press the little plus sign to type? Uh-oh.
Yes, let me show really quick. I was just getting my screen ready. So you'll see here, there's this plus sign. So if you want, you can put, you know, and then publish, right? So you don't have to put your name. This is just sort of you getting an opportunity to just what comes to mind when you think of the word pitch or business pitch. Somebody's asking for the link again. There are all the links. I know also just because of one, some of you may want these slides for future reference. And then two, in case I would like to show at least one video today, but in case internet decides not to work, or in case you want to reference these later, these are the different links that I have for today's discussion with you all.
Yeah,
so I'm going to give everybody about, I'm going to say a minute to go ahead and answer the prompt. When you hear the word pitch or business pitch, what comes to mind? I see some of you in there. Take about a minute or two to complete that. Anybody having any tech needs or things that can help with? All right, I see some people's answers coming in, so thank you for contributing. I saw a couple of personal messages, so I just put those links again in the chat. And if it's too difficult just with all the links in the tech, you're welcome to also just put your answers in the chat, or in a second, maybe if someone's in the room, maybe just collect or just get a sense of the different words or things that come to mind when you hear the word business pitch. So I'm going to give it about 30 more seconds. Yeah, no worries. We adapt. That's what entrepreneurs do. So no problem. Like I said, I don't want tech to be a complication here. So if in a second, I'll put the Padlet in display so we can see, and then other people are welcome to share. Or if anyone has a microphone, maybe they can kind of collect sort of what the general consensus is in the room so that we can get a sense of where everyone's at. There you go, a bridge. Wonderful. Well, maybe just for purposes of in the main room, was there anyone who had some thoughts that maybe didn't get recorded just because of tech? And then I'll go with what I see on the tech side of things. Sure, no worries. Do you need me to pause where we're at? Just, okay, great. All right, wonderful. So I saw in the chat someone put sell yourself or your business idea. Some other thoughts. So what I want is, we're going here with just the concept, right? Someone put a proposition, so in many ways you can say that that's the concept of what a business pitch is, kind of to sell your idea, really help propose what your change and solution to the world is, right? And usually you do that by convincing people. You have to be creative in order for your pitch to stand out. You want it to be memorable, right? And so many times that creativity piece can be really, really important in not only helping you be memorable, but also in visualizing for your stakeholder or for the listener what it is that you're trying to do with your business. And then I like the emotional side here of overwhelming. Many times, this is what fear of failure or stumbling or shaking. And I think that many times it's the public speaking aspect of it, but also because you are very passionate about your idea. And many times, if you don't maybe get that first investor or get that first person to back your idea, you may see it as failure. However, I will share that I used to work at ASU Entrepreneurship and Innovation before coming to Estrella Mountain and communication faculty role. And I will say that many entrepreneurs will say that it was actually the failure that gave them more energy to really help them continue with that idea, right? That one no was not the end, of their idea. If anything, it maybe spurred more energy into them, or through the feedback that they got from the no, they knew how to make their pitch better. And so I want us to maybe think of failure not as, well, this is hard because I think as humans, we see failure, it's an ego blow, but also we see it as a bad thing. But as entrepreneurs, part of that is, how do I take that to grow? How do I take that to pivot? How do I take that to iterate my idea to the next level, or to whatever it is that I need to do in order for me to continue to refine it and make it better, right? So thank you all for I just wanted to get a sense of where you all were at in regards to this topic that we're going to be talking about. Any questions or thoughts so far? I'm trying to monitor the chat, but also I'm open to the in-room attendees if there's anything that, I don't know if you all have access to the chat, so if anyone maybe can take questions or field questions, I'm happy to, again, make this part of your day tailored to what you need as emerging entrepreneurs. Okay, no questions, thank you. So here we go. Some of the things I want to talk to you today about are basically just some pitch basics. Now, I know that one of the things that you all will be doing as a result of this Innovation Summit is that you're going to be creating a pitch for the opportunity to win your initial or your seed funding for your business. I also would like us to review examples. Important. I often, as a public speaking communication professor, will tell my students that we often learn from others. Others provide good examples of, I like that strategy, or I learned something new, or I really liked the way that they did this about their pitch. And many times it's this idea that you continue to, almost like an artist, you always sort of take inspiration from the work of others, and then you make something your own. So I think if reviewing some examples is my hope, so that gives you a sense of where you want to take your pitch. And then at the end, if we have some time, I'd like for you to start develop your own pitch. I know that after I talk to you today, there will be an opportunity for you all to do some work, and I'll be sticking around to see how I can help you all with the pitch side of your venture. I hear some noise, so I just want to make sure that no one has any questions or anything needed. All right, great. I will keep going then. So as many of we all have said, right? So a pitch is basically your way for business owners or entrepreneurs to present and describe their ideas verbally to potential investors and stakeholders, right? Really important to know that most entrepreneurs have in their pocket, have as part of their repertoire, a variety of different lengths. Some of you should have a 30-minute pitch. Think of it as, they say, the elevator pitch. You're in a place, and in walks somebody who's an investor, someone who you know has funded ventures in the past. In that 30-second elevator ride, how do you make an impact on that potential investor? Or maybe even that potential partner that could help you with advance the business venture that you have. So again, the 30-second elevator pitch, that's something that most entrepreneurs will want to have readily available. However, in other instances, you'll need more elaborate and extensive presentations, right? So for what you all have due on January 31st, you have 5 minutes. So know that you will, as you continue on as emerging business owners and entrepreneurs, you will likely have these pitches as part of your repertoire, so that before you know it, it's stuff that you can just, speak out, no matter who it is that you're talking or what the context is for that specific event that you're at. So I know that you all have a template, and I went ahead and used this template to help tailor today's presentation, because I want to make sure that it's useful to you all as you continue in your work for the summit today. And we're going to kind of go through what these different elements mean when it comes to your business pitch. And again, I've said that the best way to really get a sense of what works for a business pitch, or the best way to get a sense of how you can improve what you want to present to the ad investor, that stakeholder, your professors, or the review committee that's going to be looking at these 5-minute videos, is by looking at some examples. And so that's one of the things I'd like to do. We're going to go through Shark Tank. I'm sure many of you may be familiar with this specific television show. It is an opportunity for, again, emerging entrepreneurs and business owners to go to investors and share a little bit about their idea. So I'm going to go ahead and share one example, and if we want to, we can share another. And so let me just get the tech side ready to go here. All right, I'm going to go ahead and mute myself and I'll push play. And if you do not hear the audio, let me know and I will work on my tech side of things.
Sugars almost 7 years ago when I was 11. I started Simple Sugars almost 7 years ago when single product that I could safely use on my sensitive skin, let alone one that actually smelled good. So, as a determined 11-year-old, I started doing research and got to work creating the product I was looking for. My homemade creation not only took away my eczema, but it also cleared up my aunt's psoriasis. Soon, I was getting requests from my friends and family to buy my products. I couldn't pass up the opportunity to become a businesswoman, despite the fact that I wasn't even a teenager yet. Simple Sugars products are all-natural sugar scrubs. They gently exfoliate, providing deep moisture and complete skin nourishment in one easy step. The result is super smooth, great-looking skin without using a laundry list of products. Up until this point, I've been growing Simple Sugars while simultaneously being a high school student. Now that I've graduated, I'm ready to do whatever it takes to blow the lid off this thing. But I need a little help. That's where you guys come in.
All right, so that was a 1-minute pitch in case anyone wants to guess how long that was. Maybe we can talk a little bit about what are some of the things you liked about what this young woman entrepreneur had to say. What was compelling about her presentation? And if anyone is in the Zoom, you're welcome to unmute yourself or put something in the chat. I'll monitor that. And then for those in the room, you're also welcome to maybe use a microphone so that we can hear you.
Will this work on YouTube? Yeah?
Hello?
I heard a noise, but it wasn't very, you couldn't really listen to what was trying to be said. Maybe again?
Talking to the.
Oh, there's some feedback or amplification. Yeah, so delivery matters, right? And obviously you could tell that she knew her stuff. She was confident, she had good delivery. I remember I think you were the business owner who shared that you created your own products, is that correct? So you also probably have some sort of connection to that. There's a bit of oh, she's kind of in the same space that I am in, right? And so that's really important, right? Because knowing who your audience is going to also potentially impact how you say your message, right? So if you have people that are already in that space of products, things that are solving your, she said she had an eczema problem, so she tried to find products to help her. She couldn't find anything on the market, so she created her own. It sounds very similar to your story, right? Yeah, well, I didn't do that on purpose, but I was excited to see that connection. Great. Yeah, absolutely. So thank you so much for sharing and contributing. Others, what about in the virtual space? Maybe if I can get someone from the virtual space to share.
I think that she was really far along in her product development, and I don't know, I'm sure a lot of the people attending were probably all over the place. Like for me, for example, I'm basically a fly on the wall at this point. I am just absorbing everything because I'm at the birthing of my ideas. And so, but I've heard some of the other people who got up and talked, and they're pretty far along. But she was, she had like a full product line.
Yeah. So Michelle, that's a really good point. It's really important to know, right, that when you're watching Shark Tank, there's actually like a casting call, right, for those entrepreneurs and business owners, right? And so they are further along, perhaps. So I don't want you to get overwhelmed or think this is not something that I can't do because I'm not ready yet. It is actually because you're in this innovation summit that you're in the perfect place. Because think about it. If you were to create your pitch and get some of the money that is available, you already have started to fund your business, and you already are able to tell that story as part of where you are in terms of the business idea, right? I received $5,000 in seed funding that helped me do this. And now, right, so I guess what I'm trying to say is that's what every entrepreneur will want to build towards that. So I hope that maybe that helps a little bit with that sense of like, I'm in a very different place than everyone else. Everyone was in your place at one time. And I hope that helps a little bit.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Sure, yeah. So, obviously the delivery that you tell, but, it's really important to know. And again, as I said, in your repertoire, you will have a variety of different, pitches. You'll have the 30-minute, you'll have the 1 minute, you'll have the 5-minute, depending on who it is or what the occasion is that you're speaking in. So let's go through, does anyone want to see another one, or do you like, let's get to some of the other basic, some of the other elements of the pitch? I want to do again what's helpful for you all. So you want to see another pitch? One more. All right. So here goes another one. And again, further along because they've made it onto Shark Tank. So here we go.
Up is a product that began as an elementary school project.
Aloha, Sharks. I'm Cassidy Crowley. And I'm Lori Crowley, Cassidy's mom. And we're from Honolulu, Hawaii. I'm seeking $50,000 in exchange for 50% of my company. Wow. Sharks, I love to create and invent. When I was 7 years old, my baby sister, Emily, would always plant her spear. And my mom would always get worried that she might accidentally poke or stab her throat. So I wanted to create a product that eliminated that long and sharp design of a traditional spoon. So I invented the Baby Tune. The Baby Tune is a combination of a baby spoon and a teether all in one. The rectangular body makes it easy for babies to grasp and self-feed. The Baby Tune is made of 100% soft silicone. There are no sharp edges, so it's gentle on babies' gums, and it works great for teething.
Sharks. All parents know that babies love throwing their spoons on the floor. Well, we have a solution for this. Just put a pacifier clip around the Baby Tune.
Oh.
And attach it to the baby's shirt. No more baby spoons getting thrown on the floor.
But wait, there's more.
What?
The Baby Tune is made right here in the USA, and it was designed and created by me. So, Sharks, who's ready to take a bite out of the Baby Tune? Together, we can bring Baby Tunes to every baby in the world.
Wow.
All right, so a little bit different presentation. Notice that her ask was in the very beginning, right? She's already telling the investors how much money she's looking and for what percentage of her company. So a little bit different than the first one. The first one gave more a story of her product and the problem that she was solving. And but this one kind of upfront started with the ask. What did you like about this particular video?
Well, since no one else is talking, I'll pop in. She is
Thanks, Michelle.
ahead of her game. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, right, Michelle. So I on purpose chose these two. I mean, you can find so many Shark Tank videos, right? But both of these entrepreneurs started their businesses when they were children, right? Or when they were still in school. Later on, she shares that this was part of like a school project that she did in order to like try to solve the problem of her sister, right? So thank you for that. I see somebody else has a comment. Very good. Yeah. And, as you said, it was well rehearsed, right? And the fact that somebody had talked about earlier creativity, right? What makes them stand out? At the end, they're from Honolulu, Hawaii, and the way that they dance at the end, right? It's very much a part of their culture. It's part of their identity. And it's something that's memorable. And so, yes, I agree. Lots of rehearsal, which is another thing you'll want to do when it comes to your pitch. And again, as time goes on, because this is going to be part of your repertoire, the more you do it, the better you get at it, the more natural it will sound. And then the fact that you can put your own creativity mark, right, to help you stand out from others. So thank you for also contributing.
I also want to. I also liked how she targets a certain audience with her pitch as well. Mainly mothers out there that's, struggling with feeding their baby or during feeding time or anything like that. So they came up with like a particular product to actually help moms and babies at that as well, even though she did mention like mainly for her sister and how her mom and them. So I like how she implanted everything into her pitch as well.
Beautiful. Thank you, Victoria. Yeah. So, one of the things that investors or the people that are listening to want to know is, do you know your business? Do you know your product? Do you know who your customers are? Right. And your customers being, well, it's people. Well, what part of the market segment does people constitute? Right. and it's really important. And this is where your research, right, besides the passion that you can talk about your business idea and how you're solving a particular problem, you also, in a way, have to be specific about what research have you done? How do you know? How have you validated that idea, right? What is some competition in the market that already exists? And if there is already competition in the market, what makes you different from the other competitors? What is your value proposition, right? Most people will say that your value proposition is the gift that you're giving your customer, right? And so all of these, you all are spot on in terms of what you need to do in order to create your business pitch. So let's go back a little bit to some of the elements that you all will likely be covering as a result of the Innovation Summit work that you're going to be doing. Sorry, I got some feedback there. I think, yeah, if you could mute. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So, you know early on that in any public presentation, right, you want to hook your audience immediately. I always tell my students that once you lost your audience, it's really hard to get them back. And so how do you do that? Your hook is basically your attention getter, right? And you can do that with a question. And I know we're not going to go through all of these very specific examples, but know that I've embedded a lot of wording to give you a sense of how you can then apply it to the idea that you have. So sometimes it's just an attention-grabbing question. Sometimes you provide stats that, and again, help your audience or your investors or stakeholders really get a sense of maybe the scale or the industry or the market that you're a part of. You can do a joke. Now, jokes are always hard, humor, but again, if that's part of your personality, if that's part of your, of maybe if you're good at telling jokes, if you are good at timing them, sometimes jokes can work, right? So I wanted to give you a sense. There's a lot of other different techniques that you can use, but these are just some that a lot of students and also emerging and business owners and entrepreneurs that I've worked with have brought to the table. And then also stories, right? So what is the story of who maybe who's a case study of the business idea or the problem that you're trying to solve? So stories are really important. There is actually a communication scholar who says we are homo narrans. We live through stories, and usually through stories, we have empathy. We connect with the problem. If it's not a problem I'm having, maybe how else can I feel like, well, this isn't something that would benefit me, but I know 20 other people that this would benefit, right? Sometimes stories help us to make those connections. So know that your hook is getting that attention early on, getting people excited, getting people to think about what it is that you're trying to basically pitch to them. Your problem, what are you solving, right? And be really succinct and clear about what you're solving, right? I am solving hunger. Hunger's super big. What exactly about hunger are you solving, right? And so be really, really distinct, right? So I have an example, and just so everybody knows, I created this fictitious ASAP app that's for people that work in the marketing, especially digital marketing industry. So know that all of this is all just for the purposes of education, not that this actually is an actual business, but just so you can see how you can take through in terms of creating a pitch. Right, your solution. What benefits? What is your value proposition? What gift are you giving your customers? How are you solving the problem that you just talked about to the people that you are trying to serve, to your target customers? Right? And then your research, your competition in your market. Who else has a product similar to yours? What maybe what potentially is the industry that you are going to have an impact in. And so again, I provided some fictitious numbers and also examples of how you can word some of these components when it comes to the pitch. Your sustainability, right? So how do you make money? So besides how do you make money, how are you going to grow your business? How is the investment, that those $5,000, how is that going to help you when you are creating your business? Or maybe even how is it going to scale your business? How is it going to help your business grow? Then the impact, how do you make a difference, right? Really important to know, how do you make a difference maybe for the planet? How do you make a difference for people? Often when it comes to things like sustainability, you're looking at people, planet, and profit. So think of sustainability across those different areas, right? And impact kind of helps you sort of tell that story as well. Your team slide. So really important to know that your team slide is, who are you working with when it comes to your venture, but also maybe who's helping you. So I saw in the Innovation Summit template that you all have a mentor slide, right? If your professors or the SBDC, the Small Business Development Center, is a part of your team, they're helping you refine your idea, add them, right? Because I think that shows no entrepreneur does this work on their own. If you have a strategic partnership that you think is important, that's also something good to bring in. And then of course the ask or the closing, right? What is it that you need? What do you want as soon as those people hear? What do you want them to do? Do you want them to sign a check? Do you need more mentorship? Are you looking for people to help you maybe go into a particular part of an industry? All of those could be a part of your ask. Really important to know that the ask does not just have to be about money. It could also be, I'm looking for an app developer that can help us do this to our product, or whatever it could be. Really important to empower your message, right? Use verbs, adjectives, use emotional language that really help in a way translate the passion that you have in telling the story of your business idea or product. And that is it for me. I know that now it's time for you all to take some of what I shared, maybe think about some of the examples that you saw when it came to the Shark Tank videos, maybe even look at some of the wording that I, again, put for the fictitious Answer ASAP app. And now it's time for you all to create your business pitch. And again, you can be at different levels. If you're just starting, that's okay. Your idea, translating that idea into your pitch is a really good first step in helping you go to the next step when it comes to your business.
Oh my gosh.
I was going too fast. Yeah, because I was trying to stick to my time frame. I'm a public speaking teacher, so I'm like, I got to stick to that time frame in order to make sure I meet the needs. So I actually have provided the link in the chat. I also provided it to Dr. Gabriela Cojanu. So she can, I think, add it to the Canvas course. I understand you all have one. So again, this is a reference material. And then, yes, I saw someone put about when is the due date for the pitch idea. It's January 31st, so Monday. Yes, I was just giving you all some examples of wording in case that helps with the pitch. And then there was also a question about if they are too late to pitch, which I understand that they can submit their video by the 31st. They don't have to do anything else. Is that correct? That was her question about the due date and also if they were too late to pitch. Thank you. And, again, so basically I used the pitch template that Dr. Cojanu just referenced, and I gave some examples of wording because sometimes students are like, okay, but how do I say this, right? What does exactly this mean? So please know that it's just a reference point, and I'm happy to stick around and answer any questions or do a one-on-one with anyone if they find that useful. I'm here until 3, so. Thank you for the opportunity to be a part of you all today.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Basically, who's has been all this time in the chat and the Zoom, right? In the Zoom and want to hear you guys as well, because we've heard the students in the room. So, who would like to? I mean, you would love to see your face, of course, but I mean, if you don't have a video, if you don't want to turn it on, that's fine. Just tell us a little bit of why are you here? What have you been thinking? What's your passion? What's your idea?
I think Carson and Tia are two of the people on Zoom. Right?
Victoria, did I hear you unmute?
Yeah, I was gonna go, but I thought somebody was gonna start speaking, so I was gonna give them a chance to speak. So I guess I'll start. Well, I'm Victoria. I am a former makeup artist in the local Phoenix area. I've been doing makeup for almost 2 years. What pushed me to actually open an LLC? I create like body scrubs, body butter, natural organic items that help, hyperpigmentation, rashes, or anything in that matter. I'm just trying to get more out there. I'm trying to get more known, and marketing is very big. I don't know how to manage my marketing just yet. Everything is just a stepping stone. But my goal is to eventually have an all-purpose glam shop where women can come, get glammed up, beautified, and stuff like that as well. Right now, I'm just focusing on my targeting audience. So, a specific age range right now and stuff like that as well. But yeah, that's where I'm at. And I'm actually creating my pitch as we speak as well. So, yeah.
Congratulations for doing that.
Thank you.
So tell us a little more, like you heard, okay, we know what you're doing. Is there something kind of unique or special about your product? Can you tell us if you think it solves a problem that is out there? I mean, just share your thoughts. We'll help you.
Yeah. Yes, of course. I also have a few clienteles that I, see weekly. And I help with their hair loss, or if they have bald spots within their scalp and stuff like that. I create personal products for them, just to help heal the process or help the healing process, or anything in that matter. Secondly, some of my scrubs, most of my scrubs, have healing flowers, healing herbs and stuff like that. So it's all natural to where it's for the body, to enhance the body skin, to enhance the body glow, to enhance the body even skin tone and stuff like that. Some of my soap contains crystals on top. So when you are done using the soap, you have a small healing crystal or crystal that you can keep. It's really up to you and what you want to do with it as well. So yeah, what basically led to me, I had over, 215 clients within the past year, because I do makeup and things like that. And most of them had problems with their skin. So I would either, I would allow them to use some of my products to test out. And most people actually end up liking it. Word got around, and then I had to start creating more products for other people. So my thing of it is marketing. Where do I go from here, and how do I start becoming more out there? So yeah.
So it's wonderful that you say you have actually helped real people, and okay, you've helped real people, and you can have some case studies, right? So
yes.
When you prepare your pitch and you're pitching or you're recording the video, I want you to say that. That is super important, right? That is the evidence. That is saying, okay, I helped these people. They had this problem, and I created a solution for them, and I can share the results and make it sound like the problem that people had, right, which was, I don't know, psoriasis, eczema, I don't remember. Just make sure, there's a lot of people out there that have this problem. If you can give some numbers or give us an idea of how big the problem is and how many people experience these symptoms, that's going to help, us understand and the judges understand, oh, this is a big potential market, right?
Yeah.
There's a potential big impact, and also with impact comes money or profit opportunity, right? So you definitely paint that picture. Definitely paint that picture. It sounds really good. So you have
Thank
some
you.
time. You have some time between now and Monday to research a little bit and see if you can find some numbers. Shouldn't be too hard, hopefully. So let me know. And like I said, and to everyone here, you guys can record the first trial of your video and submit it between now and Monday at 5 p.m. I will be on call this weekend, and whoever else, our mentors team, and right, will look and we'll give you feedback if we can, and you can re-record and resubmit that until 5 p.m. on Monday. And I want you to look at the chat. I shared the slides that are the template for the pitch.
Okay.
And these are not rigid. Like Dr. Cantu was saying, you saw some people pitch with the ask first. Whatever comes natural to you, right? Like, but definitely include these elements, the most important elements of the pitch. Definitely, if you have a story, if you can tell us why is this important to you, if you have an emotional connection to what you're doing, that would be wonderful, because that's the hook. And like Dr. Cantu was saying, it will grab attention, and you want that. And then, of course, problem. We need to know what you're trying to fix, right? How are you helping people? Yes? And then your solution, which could be multiple solutions, but your solution, right? Your unique approach to solving this problem. And that should be your product or your service, right? And then go from there with, okay, who else is in your space and who are the people you're helping, right? Just should come natural. You have 5 minutes. 5 minutes is plenty of time, right, if you're concise. And definitely share your skills, share your experience, because that gives us confidence, and talk to us who else is on your team. We should be one of these people on the team. You guys, we're 4 mentors. You should say, I've been talking to so-and-so. Reach out to us, right? We can be on your team. And then don't forget to ask and tell us your next steps, and include what will you do with the $2,500, right? So look at the template. The template has descriptions for each element. And again, do your best, record, practice. It's just how it is going to go. It's just practicing. And you're here, so, we want to practice now. That's pretty much our time for practice. So let's see, who else would like to share kind of what they're working on, and how we can help, and the time is left. Any questions? Who would like
I was just going to share real quick, Victoria. Remember that I heard you say something about marketing, that's one struggle that you're having. So that could be a part of your ask, right? I'm looking for a mentor to help with marketing, or I'm looking for a marketing officer to help me figure out how I, market my product. So remember, the ask can be more than just money. Okay. And you also got a shout out from one of your peers that they love your idea. So cheers to that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Cynthia, you wanna? Yay!
Yeah, might as well, right? Hi guys. My name's Cynthia. I just graduated from GCC nursing school. I feel good about it. However, I've been thinking about outside career-wise, kind of like scenarios. I have this idea because I worked in the ER for a very long time. So nurses have 12-hour shifts. Pretty much out of everyone I know, at least half of everyone I know has a pet at home. Dog, usually high energy. So my solution was, and based on, because I'm just obsessed with dog training, dog psychology. So based on Cesar Millan, the dog whisperer, he says dogs need 3 different factors to live a happy, healthy life. They need obedience, they need love, and they need exercise. I feel like exercise is really lacked. Especially for nurses who work 12-hour shifts, or people like me who work 10-hour shifts. One of his solutions is make sure he gets a decent amount of exercise. Your dog gets a decent amount of exercise prior to you leaving for those 12 hours. Personally, I have a dog, and I feel really guilty every day that I leave him at home. My only solution would be to get him the right amount of exercise. However, a lot of people have high energy dogs that they are not able to give enough exercise to. So the solution for that was to kind of invent a dog toy that would be able to give them like the max amount of exercise prior to you leaving. So my idea was like a dog toy where you can get different attachments whatever it is that drives a dog. My dog, it's treats. So, or little stuffed animals. He just goes crazy for it. Other dogs is like tennis balls. So with that, it would be like a RC controlled dog toy that your dog would chase, right? That's one option. But yeah, so what I really am trying to do is like hit people's emotions, right? I feel guilty. I know people who can't provide their dog that type of exercise on their own. I can't run 12 miles for a high energy German Shepherd. I can't get him tired before I leave. That's why I want to invent a toy that provides that type of exercise.
I love your idea. And while you were talking,
Thank
you
you.
know, does anybody know about the Ramba robot that's cleaning? Do you guys know?
Yeah.
I was imagining a toy that like moves around in all directions, and the dog chases it and you know plays with. I just imagine. I love that. Yeah, you're right. You're so right. How do you keep a dog fit? How do you give him something to do? Because if you don't give him something to do, though, they get destructive sometimes, right? You come back and the couch is chewed up and whatnot, or your shoes. I think that's amazing. I love that. Yes. It's true. It's part of life, right? Especially people that live in apartments. There might not be a doggy door to go outside, so to play. So I agree. I would definitely want to know more about, describe kind of the toy. I like it. It's RC, okay. Any other, I guess, possibilities? If you think about a sensor, it's got a moving sensor, you know, the dog comes around, maybe does different things, barks, right?
I've talked to a lot of people about this idea, and yes, that's the same type of suggestion they gave was on their collar to, oh, sorry.
Oh, okay. Okay, we have Sage. Want to say something? Come here, Sage. Yes. Oh, no, not quickly. Take your time.
Okay. What's her name?
Cynthia.
Hi, Cynthia. I just wanted to say thank you for that, because I live in a complex right across the street from the college, and I sit on my porch often, and everyone in my complex have doggies, right? And like you said, they go to work and everything, and then when they come, and then I noticed that they walk them like 2 or 3 times a day, once in the morning and sometimes in the evening, and then they take the doggies right back inside, and I said, wow, what a shame. It's such a little apartment. How does the dog sustain? It's not human. Like, how do they lay down and sit down all day long? And dogs must get out and run, you know, and have good exercises. So that was one of my biggest pet peeves, if you want to say, when I watch my neighbors walk their dogs and the dogs just go back inside the house all the time. So I just wanted to say that to you. I was wondering, like, what can be done? So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You're so sweet. I appreciate you.
Thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you. All right. Let's see. Did we have Michelle? Do you? Oh, okay. All right. If you want to just share a few words about what you're thinking, I know you said you're not that far along, and that's okay. Kind of maybe share what kind of idea you're thinking, or a few ideas that maybe we can help you pick one that you want to compete with for the challenge.
Well, everybody else has really honorable purposes. I have something that was gosh, it's okay. So, you know, getting your car washed.
Yeah.
I often want to wash my car, but I just don't want to go through. I don't want to wait. I don't want to spend those 20 minutes getting my car washed. Getting a coffee, but I will spend 20 minutes in line at a Starbucks or a Black Rock getting a coffee. So I thought, what if there was a Wash and Joe type building, the drive-through places like BlackRock, for example, who have an inside lane and an outside lane. And if you could pull up and order a car wash type and a coffee, and while you're going through the car wash, the coffee is being made, and so you're not really waiting per se. And at the end of it, you get your coffee and you're off to work. Yeah, I have nothing further than that. That's just a baby idea that I thought is something I would definitely want.
No, that is awesome. People here in the room are like, oh, yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah, absolutely. Why not? Why not? So that could be like a drive-through, car washing drive-through coffee.
Yeah.
And I love it. I love it. So you make obviously revenue two ways, better than one, right? And I think it's a novelty, right? Don't you guys agree? It's a novelty, and it's awesome. And you can have custom coffee, just kind of different kinds, right? So people can choose good coffee, whatever they like, and maybe even grab a pastry. How many of us rushed in the morning and don't have time to get a bite, right? All the time. Right. Yeah, so I love that. That's a great idea. I love it. So, I'm glad you spoke up. I'm glad I pushed you on the stage. I know you weren't ready, but sometimes it just takes a little push, okay? So let's see. In the meantime, I had one of my students come here in the SU building. So he's here now, and he's been listening to the presentation from Dr. Cantu. His name is Mark, and I'm going to let him introduce his idea. Because he's not shy and he loves his idea. So go ahead, Mark.
So, hi everyone. My name's Mark Foster, and I actually work as a telemarketer right now. But before I was doing that, I was building glass pool fences for people. So my idea is a glass pool fence, and the reason I think it is a very good product. Because when people build swimming pools, they usually build swimming pools that are really nice. Like they want it to look good in their backyard. And then you come and you put a fence around it, and then you can't really see it. So people come over your house, and they're looking in your backyard, and they can't really see how nice your pool is until they actually go inside the fence. So we started building glass pool fences. I probably did like 25, 30 of them. And we did really good doing it, but then my boss, he retired, and he had all the glass contacts and stuff like that he's going to pass along to me. So I'm going to continue doing it. Me and him, and I've looked into it, and there's nobody else out there doing it. So the reason they're good is because they're very safe. They're like 2 inches thick, and it look fantastic. They are fairly expensive. So the people that buy them is normally like Scottsdale, people that have money. We've never done a house that the house wasn't super, super nice. But I like the idea. So thank you.
All right. Wonderful. So as you heard, Mark, he has experience, right? So that's really always a good thing to have experience, to have done it. And then he's thinking about really going into business and continuing doing this for himself, which is wonderful. And that he's taking the managing and operating a small business. And that's another thing you should, if you are interested in coming to school and learning or working on a business plan while you're going to school, you should totally look at entrepreneurship and small business.
Class. It's a good class. She's a good teacher, too. I like it.
Oh, man. And he's getting extra credit for this. That's the way you do it. That's the way you do it. So, you should absolutely look at SBS is the name of the class, Small Business and Entrepreneurship. So, I think everyone virtually and in the room has presented kind of their idea, right?
I
And
saw, Dr. Cajano, I saw Michelle had unmuted herself. So I just wanted to see if she was interested in sharing hers.
yeah, Michelle, I think she just shared the drive-through coffee shop. Drive-through drive-through car wash coffee shop.
Sorry, I didn't realize it was not another Michelle.
No, it's okay. Let's see.
Okay.
Who is Adzo? I don't think I heard. Adzo, can you hear us? Are you there? And we have an iPad. Oh, that's okay. All right. We located the iPad. So if Adzo can hear me and is not shy, would love to hear what they're thinking, right? No pressure. There's not a pitch right now. Just kind of what your idea is. So we have 30 minutes. So I would like to end the day with a little practice on the pitch presentation. So I'm not going to put you on the spot, but I would like you to go to the chat, and you're going to see the link to the pitch template, right? So that pitch template, you don't have to include slides in your presentation. Again, it is a support. It is basically telling you what are the elements that you should cover. What are the questions that will be in people's mind while you're talking about your ideas. So you definitely want to cover it. 5 minutes, if you go a little over, but don't make it 10 minutes. That's not fair to everybody, right? So we're not going to disqualify you if you're 5 minutes and 5 seconds, right? It's not the case. So Carson, you have a question. Yeah, come here. Actually, there is another.
I was just curious on, as far as lengthwise goes, I know the pitch is supposed to be 5 minutes. However, say we had a pitch that was 4 minutes and 15 seconds or something like that. Would that be fine, or?
Absolutely. Well, think about your 5 minutes is your 5 minutes to shine, right? If you take 3 minutes, then you leave 2 minutes on the table. Why would you do that? Yeah. Right? So you got 5 minutes to convince us. So take the full 5 minutes, organize your thoughts, right? Tell us what you do, right? What's your idea? Tell us why is that important, right? Let's look at the pitch deck where I'm going to bring it up in a second. Tell us why you're doing this. Tell us what the problem is. What is your solution? Who are the customer? Who are the people you're helping, right? Who else is doing this out there? These are the most important things that you should cover. And then talk about your skills, your experience, right? And who else is helping you? And then what are your next steps? And how would the $2,500 help you? What do you want to, spend it on, right? Hopefully to further your idea. So, not at this stage. So Heather asked if you should be prepared for questions. At this stage, it's a pre-qualification. So you're entering the competition with your video. So we will watch the video, score the video. Not me. I won't be a judge because I can't. I love everybody. So I'm not going to be a judge, but we'll have judges who will score the videos. And there is a scoring link in the Innovation Challenge Canvas course. Look at the scores. Look at how they're going to, rate, right, score your pitch. And they will determine who will be the 5 finalists, right? So when you become a finalist, then we're going to talk to you and help you out, and we'll get you prepared for questions. That was great, Heather. Thanks for asking. Okay. All right. Yeah, her question is the quality of the video. I don't know what you're comfortable with. If you're comfortable using YouTube, wonderful. If you're comfortable looking at your phone and talking to your phone and video yourself that way doing the pitch, that's wonderful. I don't want to say that you have to use a certain application. What the most important thing if you use YouTube is to make sure your video is unlisted. It cannot be private because if it's private, we can't see it. So share the link of your video as unlisted if you use YouTube.
Okay, Okay, so if you're not familiar with creating a video, you can create one through Canvas, right? I'm asking, because when you upload to Canvas, I guess is why I'm asking you, videos are a little bit more complicated in the upload process and the sharing. YouTube is kind of like a PDF, and it's easy to Google how to turn a video from your phone into a YouTube clip, but I wasn't familiar with the ability to take a video from my phone and just uploading it to Canvas. Is that possible?
Absolutely. So you can upload your video that you're submitting. I mean, if you're on your phone, maybe you can do it straight from the phone, right? If not, send it to your email, right? Get it up on your computer and just upload it. In the assignment submission, you can upload files, and you can also upload links, right? So a file or a link, however you choose to record. Like if it's a YouTube, you can send us the link.
Well, and I would say, just from teaching experience, don't wait till the last minute, because if you have any glitches with uploading video, contact Dr. Cujano or myself so that we can help you get that process started. But if you wait till the last minute, sometimes tech can be tricky.
Absolutely. And listen, if there's something going on with uploading the video, because sometimes files take forever, and if it's a 5 minute, maybe it's a large file, and if you've got any problems with uploading, email it to me. Share the link with me by January 31st at 5 p.m. Anywhere you can get it, you have my email. You also have in Canvas, you can contact me through Canvas, right? So reach out via email if there's any problems with uploading, right? So, or reach out and tell me, I'm trying to get this to you, but I can't. We'll figure something out. I will be on call. Like I said, I will monitor, the submissions and the emails, this weekend. So I will absolutely help you out. So don't worry about it. We'll get it together. We'll figure it out. So try it with your phone. Try it with the YouTube. There are many other apps. I don't even want to throw out names. So what are some video, apps that you guys are using? I use Loom for my, when I teach, I go to Loom. It's free, and it, I can share, I share with my class a Loom video that way. What else is everybody else using here for videos? I don't know, Carson. Zoom, yeah. Exactly. Zoom is free, right? And you can record yourself talking in the Zoom session, record the session, right? And that could be your video. Excellent. Right. And I will say this again. I said it in the morning. You do not need slides. You do not need slides. You could just tell us what you want to do and cover these points. So you're don't feel under pressure to put PowerPoint presentations. We want to see your face. We want to see you pitching. We want to see that passion. Don't hide behind PowerPoints. Don't make it hard on yourself. We want to hear the idea. It's really not about the supportive materials, Just talk to us. Tell us the story, right? So excellent points. Let's see, people on the Zoom, do you have questions about the video? And again, I believe I'm doing right. I did share the link to the slides in the chat, right? So any questions on how to record and upload the video? That was a good point. Okay, so if there are no questions at this time, let's take the remaining. Oh, Michelle says, I really appreciate this feedback. Make it unique, offer something that makes company different. Yes, thank you, Michelle. So you guys, please go open the link with the template, with the pitch template, and go through those elements of the pitch. Maybe we have time for one of you or two of you to share before the session ends today. So I'll be around. I'll be in the room here, and we will check the Zoom chat. And I guess in about 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes, right before the end, I'll come back and see how everybody's doing, okay? Alrighty.
That's what I was just gonna ask her, are we ready to, I think she could close
Right
that
now
out.
we're on this, and I muted the mic.
Nothing's happening, and is there anybody on YouTube? I can't. Because I think it's time to close out. Do you want to close out, go ahead and close out on Zoom? I'm sorry to interrupt. Because I think we've got people in a holding pattern in places, and I think we could just close out on Zoom.
I promise them I will go back to see
Okay, there, we did, there weren't any questions, so people are just kind of quiet.
Oh, okay, all right. So if I talk, could they hear me?
Go ahead and hit your Zoom on the side. Go to your computer for Zoom. I don't know, oh, now it's just, there you go. Go ahead and hit on that, and then we can.
All right, everyone. So are there any questions? I hope you got hold of the PowerPoint, the template for the pitch, and going through the elements of the pitch and practice, and then record yourself, and again, you submit that video in the Innovation Challenge course. Are there any questions? Anything I could help clarify? Maybe you need a link. Is everybody here enrolled in the Innovation Challenge Campus course? Does anybody need the link to get there? Because that's where you need to submit the video. That's number one. You need to have that. You need to be enrolled. Does anybody need that link? I'll try to find it and post it just in case.
All right. Everybody good to go?
Yes.
Doing it, I'm doing it. Good job. Me posted.
All right, so here is the link in case you're not enrolled. So go there, you have the template, you have the idea workbook that we worked in the morning, pitch template that we just talked to, Dr. Kantu covered the most elements. So go ahead and do your best to record this based on your work on the slides. And then if you can't submit your video early, I will take a look at it and give you feedback.
Possibly collaborate.
Anybody else have any questions? I can help in any way before we close up. Thank you to you too, Victoria, and everyone. Thank you so much for coming via Zoom, and I can't wait to see your videos. Dr. Kantu, thank you for staying on, till the end. So we're gonna wrap up and close the Zoom session. You're welcome to stay a little bit. I guess, are we still on the YouTube?
Are we still on YouTube?
So we're still on YouTube. If there's anything coming up, we're still on YouTube for a few minutes. You can submit a comment or a question via chat on YouTube. So I'm gonna close out from the Zoom. Again, thank you so much for coming. I'm looking forward to your videos. Dr. Kantu, you want to say something? You want to say goodbye?
And then last year the pandemic hit, so we did it all on YouTube.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you so much. All right, everybody. Good luck.
Really stifled, like I just getting word out and feeling connected. What's weird is that everybody's treating their own.
All right, don't leave. Come on. I feel like I didn't help everybody.
Well, no, you need to close out on YouTube, so we can close out in general.
Oh, okay.
So go to the mic and say thanks for attending, and then Joe can close us out.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much for attending the workshop today, virtually, in person. We're going to officially close the session for today, but obviously the Innovation Challenge canvas is open, and that's where you should get the templates for the pitch and where you should submit your 5-minute pitch video by January 31st, 5 p.m. Monday. And if you can do it early, I will look at it and give you feedback. So I can't wait. I can't wait to see your videos. Thank you so much for your interest in entrepreneurship and coming to work on your idea. Very excited, and good luck.